mind you can't control. Running wild, can't calm down. My head is in the clouds.
Let's go.
Keep this feeling, keep on breathing, even if we're slipping away. So I close my eyes and lose myself now. Do it like it's only today. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. For a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this. We got a party for a lifetime. No, we ain't stopping for the sunrise. No, we don't care about the bad nights. For a second I can feel like this. Make me feel like this. I'm on my last straw. I'm broken and I'm woken up. I'm done feeling your lies. I've had enough. I can't run your place in this faulty game. And all the words you speak mean nothing more to me. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind. And I won't let you go. I need you by my side. I'm gone, so don't run from the truth. You're lost, now I know you played me just like a flute. I still can't believe you had me on a leash, cutting all my teeth with all the lies you bring. 'Cause let's start over now. Rewind, and I won't let you go. I need you by my side. Let's take it slow. Where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. sit here, 'cause you don't know how. You say we're taking on water, yeah, we're sinking now. You're looking all concerned, like we're gonna drown. But we both know how to swim, no worries as we'll fall now. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow. I drag you out your mind, and there are days I hate you, but baby, you're still mine. And then we have the best times, no matter what we do. And even when we don't, there's nobody I'd rather choose. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow. Slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me. Let's take it slow, where you go, I go too. And if you hit the bottom, I'm going down with you. Let's take it slow, who cares where we gotta be? You know you'll have a good time wherever you're with me.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. Today is June 24th, 2024. It is 11:02 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Thank you all so much for joining me. Really do appreciate it. So today is another day, another birthday without Michael Joseph Vaughan, who went missing July 25th, 2021. Now, we don't know where Michael is, but there are 4 people who certainly do. And they have yet to speak. One of them has spoken out. He's actually been on my show before, and we'll get to that in just a moment. Also, we're going to be speaking about the Caleb Harris case in just a little bit after we speak about Michael Joseph Vaughan, affectionately known as Monkey. That was and is his nickname that he goes by. But first, I wanted to take a moment of silence and send a prayer, a good thoughts, good energy, good vibes, whatever that's good to Michael, his family, and Caleb's family, because they may be finding out where their son is in a police station in Corpus Christi right now. So we're going to take a moment of silence and just reflect and send prayers. Thank you all for that. Really do appreciate it. So this morning, woke up and I knew today was the day. And Brandy and I speak. We've been up very late together, her and I, speaking on this case. I've heard this mother sob for her child. And it's been 3 years. 3 years for this kid. And it doesn't get any easier for her, for the family. It never seems to get easier. But there is still hope. There is always hope that Michael will be returned to them. I don't know, a year and a half ago, around about, give or take, there was a break in this case. And just down the street, in a house that they did not know who these people were, they knocked on the door and they said, "We're here to dig up your backyard." And immediately, a woman by the name of Sarah Wandra said she was a religious fanatic, if you will. And by religious, I mean the spawn of Satan. Said, "The Lord God told me that her husband, Stacy Wandra, buried Michael in the backyard." And they dug. And, I've talked to Brandy on the phone a lot. And imagine being a house so close away that you can hear the excavators, the heavy machinery looking for your child, and not being able to go down there and put your foot in their ass. Imagine Tyler being the man of the house, not going down there. It was a crazy time. A crazy time. So Stacy Wandra, who has been on my channel, who I've had a lot of conversations with, Brooke and I particularly, from Crime Lines and Lies, got out of jail. And he was in there for something unrelated to Michael. And he got out of jail. How long has it been, chat? 6 months, maybe. And he went on this tour, day YouTube, if you will, and he wanted to, talk about his side of the story. And he did. And then he started being the piece of crap that he is. He tried to exploit the story even further, trying to get YouTubers to pay him. Michael has been missing 3 years, July 25th, 2021. It'll be 3 years in July 25th, 2024. It'll be 3 years. So almost a month from now. Anyway, we had him on here. I bought him food. And then because he was at like a homeless place or whatever, like, and he got thrown out of there, and then he went to another place and he got thrown out of there, and then he went to another place and he, throwed out of there. And then he sent me an invoice, an invoice to come on my show. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We had him on here, but there are 4 people that know exactly where Michael Joseph Vaughan is, or they at least know what happened to him on July 25th, 2021. There's not a doubt in my mind. We did a FOIA, and we got footage of when Stacy was in jail, how he was picking on someone that had some mental issues, and he hit him, and you could just see who he really is. So there are, like I said, 4 people. Stacy and Sarah Wandra had a house virtually in the same neighborhood as Brandy and Tyler, the Vaughn family. And they ran a taxi service. To beat it all, it was called Faith Taxi. And they would pick up whoever, and they picked up all kinds of people that lived in their house. And little Michael got outside of the yard one day, out of the home area, and where they live is in Fruitland, Idaho. It's kind of house to house. And Dad was at home, Mom was working, Brandy. Tyler was at home with all the kids. He was changing a diaper, ordering dinner. And Michael, it's summertime. You're in Fruitland, Idaho. You don't expect for a human being to take your child and never be seen again. But that's what happened, even in Fruitland, Idaho. And if it happens there, I assure you it can happen anywhere. Michael was looking to see if the neighborhood friends wanted to play. And that time, Stacy, Sarah, and Adrian, and God, I can't even think of the other one's name right now. Mine just went blank. Stacy, Sarah, Adrian, Brandon, sorry, were in a vehicle together. And so they pull over conveniently about 120 feet from the Vaughan house. And at that time, it is believed that they pick up Michael Joseph Vaughan, who you see in this photo with his monkeys that people have made, bought, drew, or painted, and he hasn't been seen since. They go to Brandon's house. They say that they are towing a car in Brandon's house because he is staying with the Wanderers, and they abduct, allegedly abduct. They've been named suspects. Michael. They take him to Brandon's house. Now, Brandon doesn't really, he lives there part time, but his mom's out of town. And Brandon's mom doesn't want him in the home while she is away. I wonder why. It is believed that Michael was in that home for the night. Whatever they do, they do. They know, and God knows. And then they say that they are going there to tow a car on, and they strap it with a strap and pull it 45 minutes away. They supposedly make a stop, and then they say by the time that they got back to Fruitland, Idaho, the police are out everywhere. The entire neighborhood is looking for Michael. Brandy is at work. She frantically comes home. And then they go to their home and they say that Brandon and Sarah go and look for Michael themselves, knowing that, in my opinion, they had just kidnapped this child, but they're looking for them, they say. They get, and that is about 12:30, 1 o'clock or so in the morning. And then they go to bed. They wake up bright and early the next morning and they go back to Brandon's house. I don't know what they did with Michael that night, if they did something to him that night, or if they brought him back to Fruitland. They said they were going there to wash clothes and pick up a car that night. Whenever Sarah had a laundry service at her house that he was staying at. Doesn't make much sense, does it? So fast forward to about a year and a half after all of this takes place. Stacy Wanderer is picked up on GUN charges because he's a felon to begin with. And he confesses. They had some sort of evidence, I believe, that he could have been involved while he was in jail, and I guess they got maybe some sort of video footage in. I don't know the exact, but they pulled him to the office and he confessed. Stacy later says that he was scared and that is why he confessed. But that is when they go knock on Sarah's door. She is out of jail. Brandon and Adrian have long left the area, and that is when they start digging up the backyard. They didn't find Michael, but they have evidence that Michael Joseph Vaughan, this sweet 5-year-old little boy, blonde hair and blue eyes, who is his family's entire world, who was taken by 4 foolish, ignorant monsters for their own selfish reasons. You don't take something that's not yours. They allegedly buried Michael in the backyard. And I believe that Stacy thought he was going to get a deal for telling where Michael was, because Stacy thought he was still in the backyard. But meantime, Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon are out of jail. And they most likely took Michael and put him wherever they put him. There was a trip before Stacy went to jail that he could be somewhere between Idaho and Texas. So what I'm going to show you is the press conference whenever they named the suspect. This is a wonderful, wonderful man. This man has done everything in his human power in getting justice for Michael. You also see Chris McDonough from the interview room, a retired detective, but still works for the Cold Case Foundation and still works with police across the country. JD Huff says something in this press conference that I will mention every single time I speak about Michael. And I'll tell you what it is in just a second.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to start out by saying thank you to our media partners. Thanks for being here. And thank you for the continued coverage of the Michael Vaughan case. I also wanted to begin by just giving my sincere thanks to all the law enforcement agencies, local businesses, and members of the public who helped us over the course of the last year and a half of this intense investigation. More recently, during the last 3 weeks, We could not have completed the work necessary without the selfless help of others. The community support has been absolutely incredible. As you know, from the time Michael went missing, this has been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, and it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop.
There it is. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and expect us to stop. I will remember that quote forever.
Selfless help of others. The community support has been absolutely incredible. As you know, from the time Michael went missing, this has been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, and it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop. During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Sarah Wandra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wandra's home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains.
Every single dog. They sent a dog from North Carolina to Idaho, a specialized type of dog. I don't know, but and all of them alerted that there were human remains. Meanwhile, Stacy Wandra, the one who told, was telling Chief Huff and all of the people investigating where Michael's remains were buried in that backyard.
Ground penetrating radar was also used and deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation.
Anomalies is where, where something has been dug up and the ground isn't as firm as it would be if it had been sitting a long time.
The entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains.
They didn't find him.
Although the remains of Michael Vaughan were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing. Once the excavation was complete, we conducted a thorough search of the Wandra's residence. The search was productive, and additional investigative evidence was recovered and is currently being processed. Evidence suggests that there are the following individuals who are currently in custody are involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan.
Here are the 4 suspects. They're going to show you pictures.
This is Sarah Wandra. 35 years old. Sarah lives at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Sarah has firsthand knowledge and is involved in Michael's abduction. Sarah Wandra is currently being held at the Fayette County Jail for failing to report a death to law enforcement. This is Sarah's husband, Stacy Wandra, 30 years old, a male. Stacy was also living at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Stacy has firsthand knowledge and is involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Stacy is currently being held in the Washington County Jail on unrelated charges. Now, the next individuals I'm going to introduce you to, let's go at the bottom there. This is Brandon Shirtliff, 30 years old, of Kuna, Idaho. Brandon was living with Sarah and Stacy Wandra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance. And we believe Brandon has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Brandon is currently believed to be in North Dakota. Adrian Lucian, 32-year-old male out of Toledo, Ohio. Adrian was staying with Sarah and Stacy Wandra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance. And we believe that Adrian has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction.
Okay, so let me just back up something here.
32-year-old male out of Toledo, Ohio. Adrian was staying with Sarah.
All right, so right here is Stacy. Stacy is a guy on the bottom here. Above Stacy, this is Sarah Wandra. In my opinion, the psycho of them all. The one that I believe, had Sarah not been involved, this probably would have never transpired. This is Brandon Shirtliff. I know you're going to watch this, Brandon. It's time to talk. You won't answer my phone calls. At least Stacy talked. He is a resident of Idaho. He skipped town for a while and went to North or South Dakota. And then he moved to Montana for a while, started a construction business. And now I hear he is laying very low in Idaho with his little mommy. This is Adrian Lucien. He travels from state to state, mainly Ohio, DC, and California. He comes from a good family, an actual good family. However, he is the screw up in all of them. His family is a good, really good family. Now, I think his family, at least some of his family, support him. Meaning, when I say support, I don't mean financially. I mean support him as in they don't believe he could do something like this. His sister is a very, very successful, near celebrity status, I would say, model, and actress. A lot of people hasn't spoke about that, but She's an extremely successful, beautiful woman. And then Sarah, she has been trouble pretty much her entire life. We've spoke to her ex husband. She would go whatever Sarah did, she would go all in and become obsessed with whatever she was involved in. And at the time, she was very, would say she would be religious. However, she was sleeping with every man here that you see. And she allegedly wanted a child. And then you have Stacy, who moved to Idaho for Sarah. He'd gotten in trouble. He came from foster care, has a fascination for GUNS, but you can't have that fascination when you're a felon, like Stacy.
And Stacy Wander at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance. And we believe that Adrian has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Adrian is currently believed to be in Toledo, but floats between Ohio and California. I strongly encourage Shirtliff and Lucien to contact the Fruitland Police Department detectives as the window of time for talking and cooperation is coming to a close. This remains an active and ongoing investigation, with conversations taking place with the Payette County Prosecutor's Office about Michael's case and those individuals involved. We also believe that there are others associated with the Wanderers, Shirtlift, and Lucien, who may have knowledge of Michael's abduction, and I would strongly encourage them to come forward and speak with my detectives. When we finally reach the conclusion of this investigation, and I can assure you that we will, all of those who have knowledge of Michael's disappearance and have failed to report or hindered our investigation will be pursued. There's a moment in time to do the right thing and bring your information forward and cooperate. And that moment in time is now. To date, the Fruitland Police Department has received over 1,500 tips and leads, and we received many new leads since this phase of the investigation has began. We continue to ask our community for support and patience as we continue to aggressively work this case. We also ask that the Vaughan family's privacy continue to be respected, and we'll continue to post updates as information can be shared. Tips can be sent to findmichael@fruitland.org or to Crime Stoppers at 343cops.com or the Fruitland Police Department at 208-452-3110. Tipsters can remain anonymous. So before I open it up for questions, I just want to make it clear that this is a very active and ongoing investigation. It's super important that we maintain the integrity of this investigation. So I'd ask you that you'd please tailor your questions accordingly.
So that was the press conference that they told where the suspects, when we first saw the four faces. Yes, Maui girl. Behind Chief Huff is Chris McDonough from the interview room. McFluff is what we call him. So that is him, and he worked for the Cold Case Foundation, and he has been instrumental in helping out with this. This is my interview with Stacy Wanderer, and I'm going to go through just a little bit of it. he talks about everything that he says they did that day. And then I asked Josh if he wanted to come up prior to this. And but I wanted to get my questions out before we hit hard. And we did, especially more so Josh than me, but um playing a little good cop, bad cop, I guess. Like 23 and me's or family, you might have a lot of stuff.
She grew up in Portland.
She grew up in Portland. Okay, so her family, Stacy is disgusting. He's disgusting. I can't say it in any other aspect, as he is just disgusting. Is in Portland.
No, her family. She only some of her family is.
Let me get to the point.
I'm doing the best hypothetical guess with time, so please forgive me if they're not accurate.
Okay, but a general.
Yes,
Is
general. There was probably. I think there was only one taxi call that day for me.
okay.
From when I got back, there might have been another one. I'm not sure.
Now remember, they have a taxi service called Faith Taxi. Faith Taxi. They also had an oil lube change business for a little bit. They got in the fight with the person who owned the building. That didn't last very long. And then Sarah had a, doing laundry, like a laundry business. This was about 6 months ago or so, whenever he got out of jail. He is now back in jail for violating. Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I know for sure there was one that was Ontario to Boise.
Did you keep any logs or anything for your business?
We kept cash logs or payment logs, but only when people paid with card, and that was through our payment app that we use.
Right. Okay. Okay. Um, when you walked around, did when you dropped the chew, did you get out and walk like around the car? Okay, so down the street, where close to Brandy and Tyler Michael's house, there is a place called a splash pad, and it's like a little playground, and it's a splash pad where kids can play in the water and splash. It's a little park area. And before before he leaves to go do his things that day, he is seen at the splash pad by himself. He says that he got out to get his chew. That he says he's such a big boy. Hey, Brandy. Love you, honey. That he has to go get out of the car and get his chew. I personally wonder if he was not scouting out children that day. There is no need for a person who doesn't have children to be in a splash pad where kids are. You don't have kids, you don't need to be there. You look like a creep if you don't have kids and you're just sitting at a splash pad walking around to get your chew. There was plenty of places to pull over, but I digress. So he was seen on camera here, and he is a creep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, honey, older I did.
Okay. Now, How long was you at the splash pad?
Maybe like 5 minutes tops.
5 minutes stops. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The police actually showed me a timestamp at 1:30 of me being at the splash pad. So
Okay.
that's why I'm saying 1:30. I was there for sure
Okay. So they have you there. All right.
on video. Yeah.
And they have you solely going around the
Correct.
car,
And getting back
grabbing that
into it.
snuff, and then getting
And
back
then
in
we-
your car.
Correct.
Okay. Was there anyone around the splash
I
pad?
think there was people around, but they were in a far enough distance. I didn't approach anybody. You know what I mean? Like I literally as it was recorded by the camera,
Right.
got out and then got my shoe, went back around the car and left. That's
Right.
all it was.
Okay. Did you ever stop at the splash pad often,
No.
or it was just to get your snuff? You
There's
said
no reason to go to
Hell,
the splash pad. I ain't got kids,
Right.
so why would I want
Okay.
to be why would I want to do that? It'd be kind of weird.
Okay. Right.
You're freaking weird.
All right. So the detectives and the authorities, they have you on camera or a photo of some sort.
Correct.
Okay. And is there surveillance?
Yeah.
There obviously
There's
is
neighborhood
somewhere,
Yeah.
but does like the pad have cameras, or a home of some sort, I guess, around there would have it? Okay. All right. Continue. Oh,
Um,
okay. What were you wearing do you remember what you were wearing that day?
Probably my black champion shorts that I used to have and a t-shirt, black t-shirt.
Okay.
That's what I usually wore. I was the most comfortable in.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you're on your way to the not Boise, but the other one. What's
Ontario.
Ontario? Remember Ontario, Canada, but Ontario, Idaho.
Ontario,
Yes.
Oregon.
Okay. Ontario, Oregon. Yeah, because you're right there on the border. That's right.
Mhm.
Okay. Go ahead.
So went and picked up the client, went to the Boise airport, dropped him off. I think I hung out with Labor Dave, if I'm not mistaken. I went and visited him at his house.
Who's Labor Dave?
He's like a temporary employment person. Always had a bunch of odd jobs for people to do. Christian based.
Okay.
His real name is David Fears.
Piers with a P?
Fear. F as an F.
Okay. Labor Dave picked up people that live on the fringes of society and gave them work. Well, he was also in the newspaper because one of them beat the living hell out of him. I don't know if he's still alive or not, to be honest with you. Yes, Fears, Soldier Girl. So he does his run at the airport. He stays with Labor Dave. There's discrepancies on how long he stays there. In some interviews, he'll say 10 minutes. Some interviews, he'll say 30, 40 minutes. All right. And when Josh gets up here in a little bit, he's some of your alibi at that point, which Michael hadn't even went missing yet at this point.
No.
So, but still, I'm just saying. Okay. All right. So you how long do you hang out with David?
I don't know, a few minutes, you know what I mean? It was a good chunk of probably 15, 20, 30 minutes tops.
Okay.
It
Okay.
wasn't very long. I mean, he had stuff he was doing too, so
Do you talk to him often?
I don't talk to him anymore. From what I heard, he's deceased. So I don't know if that's true or not.
That's a yeah. Okay. It's hard to talk to someone like that for sure. All right. So you're there 30 minutes tops. Okay.
So on leaving David, I came straight home or came back to the Fruitland area. Apparently the timestamps, I didn't remember this, but I went to Ontario again to go. I stopped at A&W.
Mm-hmm.
A&W, which is by Kiwani's Park or whatever. in Ontario.
So he goes to the A&W. This A&W is literally across the street from where Brandy, who is in here now, Michael Joseph Vaughn's mother, is working. And a few hours later, she's going to get a call that her child is missing.
Went there, got some food, I think, and went back to Fruitland.
Okay, so you go from Fruitland to Ontario to Boise back to
Ontario to home
one person. Ontario to home. What? Now, why did you go back to Ontario?
to get some food. There's an A&W in Fruitland, but that was the direction I came back. It was
It's on the way.
it was on A&W on the way,
Mhm.
but you could see it from the interstate and it was completely packed, and I didn't feel like going inside from what I
Okay.
remember.
All right. Where is Sarah,
At home.
Adrian, and everyone at this time?
Sarah or Adrian, according to timestamps again, according to what Brooks showed on the photo, again, timing can be off. So apparently what the timestamp it was for something when they took that photo, A&W or the Applebee's.
Mhm.
So I was all I know is they were home when I got home. So
Okay. Okay. So they were, and earlier that day,
Adrian didn't come back though that night. Just for the record, he stayed over in Namper.
so Adrian did not come back the night
Correct.
Michael went missing.
Correct.
Okay. 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 Now, on July 27th, now this is Brandon's account. Brandon says he spends the night.
Yeah. He
Okay.
stayed the night a lot at our house.
Okay. All right. All right. So you come back after you get your A&W and your ride. You did one, maybe
Mhm.
2 rides.
Correct. Which I think is probably
Taxi.
the other reason I went to Ontario too. Just putting that out there.
Say that again.
I think maybe the other reason I went to Ontario too wasn't just for food, but it was to go pick up that ride.
Okay. So there. Okay, another ride. Okay. Why did you guys always have a bunch of people in your house? Just curious.
There wasn't a bunch of people in the house. People make that excessive. We had people come
It
in
was a bunch of people.
sometimes who were just friends of friends or friends of ours or I think one point in
A
time
bunch.
we let Brandon bring his buddy over and his buddy's friend, but there wasn't an excessive amount of traffic like people make it.
Okay.
We didn't allow that in our house. We did have a heart. We did help people with a place to stay once in a while
Mhm.
who were trying to get on their feet because that's what, as Christian believers, we, try to help people who are in need,
Mhm.
So that's what we did.
Right.
But there wasn't a huge amount of traffic like
If that is Christian, count me out.
people say there was. No.
Mhm. I wasn't sure if it was like cheaper labor, or something like that. I mean, you're staying at our house, can you help out cheap, or whatever, and help you get you on your feet or something like that. Okay. A&W is a burger joint. A&W, they have burgers and floats, and it's all American fast All right. food. So
A&W
you come
restaurant.
back home
Mhm.
and
Brandon
What?
and Sarah are on the couch.
who's on the couch?
Brandon and Sarah.
Brandon and Sarah are on the couch together. Now it's going to get
Not together.
interesting.
They were
now.
on different couches, but they
This
were
is
both on their
where-
phones when I walked in.
Okay, they're on their phone when you walk in. This is where we're starting to move later into the evening, getting closer to Michael being abducted. Okay, now what else?
I was approached by Brandon and Sarah saying that, Sarah talked to me first and was like, hey, uh, Brandon wants to go get his car from CUNA.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, let's just get it over with, because Brendan had been pestering us a lot about getting his car. Like, it wasn't just one time he asked, it had been probably a couple of weeks worth of asking.
He'd been so all of a sudden, after all of these weeks, Brandon has to get his car that evening. And why not? Stacy says. Harping on you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time was this approximately?
Timestamps, again, I'm referring back to the timestamps because I literally just found them yesterday. I got back into my email account, and my pictures from that year last night, literally. Thanks to Eve, who is also viewing, I believe. She
No, Michael isn't missing at this time yet. We're getting there.
helped me recover that.
Mhm.
So I was able to get into that, and that's how I got those photos that you'll pull up eventually,
Mhm.
with the timestamp attached.
Okay.
So I'd say it's going to sound stupid, but going back to the timestamps, I would say 6:30 or 7 is when we left.
When you left.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you leave at 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And you guys are making a trip from Fruitland
Correct.
to
CUNA.
Cuna. How do you spell Cuna?
KUNA.
Kuna. Okay. That sounds like Hawaiian almost. Sounds
It
like
kind of does, huh?
yeah, yeah.
I got Hawaiian.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. Um, let's see here. So Fruitland, Idaho to Kuna, Kuna.
45-minute drive usually. Yep.
Okay. All right. So yeah, 48 minutes. 48 minutes it says from, and
I know my miles. I know
yeah,
my destinations.
well, taxi driver, you
Mhm.
probably. So did you guys take 84?
Yes.
Okay.
84 to exit. I want to say 46 or 48. It was 10-mile road. It might have been 42. I know it was 10-mile exit that we took.
10 exit, you mean like exit number 10? Oh, 10
No,
10
exit.
mile road?
10-mile road, correct.
Gotcha.
There's
Okay.
an exit for 10-mile road, correct.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah, because you can do I-84 east
Mm-hmm.
and then south 10-mile road,
Correct.
where it says you can do I-84 east, Idaho 69
Yep.
is the second, but the fastest is I-84 east.
To 10 mile. Correct.
Yes. Just looking here. You're going to turn onto Whitley Drive,
Mhm.
3.3 miles, and then turn left 0.2 miles to I-84 east toward
Yep.
Boise, Caldwell,
Correct.
merge on I-84 east, and then
Mhm.
exit 42, which I don't know where exactly in Kuna you were. Now, why was this
I
car
can
in
give you
Kuna?
his address if you want to pinpoint that from our house to his, so you can
Sure.
see. His
I'm gonna
address was
fast forward this
2.
because I don't get it for
So
a second. And okay, here we go. We're just South Meadows Avenue, turn immediately onto 8th Street. So
yep,
then you're going to turn right onto US 95 South.
95 south. Yep.
So I'm asking him what route he took the night Michael went missing. And he's telling me.
Turn left on
2.6.
I-84 East. Yep.
Yes.
You're
Okay.
gonna merge. Yep.
Yep. 38 miles on I-84.
Yep.
And you're going to exit 42,
Correct.
turn right on the south
10 mile road.
mile road, and then take a roundabout
Yep.
at exit, the second exit.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, is this where he lived at?
This is where Brandon's mom lived. Correct.
Okay, this is Brandon's mom. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to make it clear for everyone, like in the chat, you
Absolutely.
don't know. So that's why I'm really explaining things. Okay, so what kind of car were you driving that day?
I was driving a 2005 GMC Sierra 1500 HD. It was a burgundy red.
Burgundy red. Okay. And you said it was a 2005?
Mm-hmm. A 4-door.
About 6 months ago. Okay. Now you go to the house, and what happens? Listen to this.
Brandon brought a duffel bag full of his clothes. I can verify that it was literally full of clothes because it was empty when he brought it on the couch from.
Okay. So Brandon, the blonde guy, said, Stacy says he brings a duffel bag. And Stacy says he can verify that it was full of clothes because his clothes was sitting in the corner and he put it in there. I didn't ask him if he was sure, he put clothes in it. He volunteered that. And I can tell you it was full of clothes. Just wait. It gets a lot interesting up here.
The side of the couch, and I watched him put all of his dirty clothes inside the duffel bag.
So there was a duffel bag
A black one, correct?
at your house.
Yes, that was his.
Uh-huh. How big is the duffel bag?
It's small. It's a medium, like medium to small duffel bag. It's not big at all. It's not like a huge one. It's got the handles that Velcro together, and it's got a strap that goes over your shoulder.
Okay. All right. And he takes this duffel bag with him on the trip.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Brings
And
the duffel bag into the house.
he rides with now let's think of this. Brandon is staying with Stacy and Sarah, which is right very close to Brandy, where Michael Vaughan lives, and Tyler, the Vaughan family. And she does a laundry service. But yet he's taking a duffel bag 45 minutes to 50 minutes away, maybe even an hour away, to go to his mom's house to do laundry when his mom said, "Don't be in my house while I am out of town." Stacy and Sarah have a washer and dryer in their house. She does laundry for a living. But he wants to take this duffel bag to his mom's house where he's not supposed to be in and do laundry. We trip him up something fierce. I wanted to get this information out of him, and then Josh comes up, and then we lay the hammer to him. With you
Yeah,
and Sarah. He's going to come up there. here.
right.
Okay. Do you remember?
Sarah was driving. I was in the passenger seat. He was in the seat behind me.
Okay. Do you remember the conversation on the way on there?
I play a lot of music. I mainly DJ. I
Oh
don't
no.
do a whole lot of conversing because I like to
Oh.
listen to music. I'm a
Mhm.
huge music nerd, so
Okay.
there wasn't a lot of conversation.
Sarah wasn't bitching about something. She's bloated. She's gassy. Anything? Nothing. I mean,
No.
nothing. Okay. All right. So you're on your way. And how long are you? So, Soldier Girl, he says that there's clothes in the duffel bag, but they have a washer and dryer at that house, but he's taking his clothes an hour away to his mother's house, which she's not home, and she says for her son not to be in that house while she's gone. There's supposed to be clothes in that duffel bag. I don't believe it. What do you do at the house once you arrive there? You hook up the car, and what else? What else is going on at the house?
That's it. Brandon had to go through the side gate entrance on the.
Okay. Now, Brandon is going to his mom's house. They are supposedly going there to pick up Brandon's broke down car and tow it. Now, meanwhile, he skips through this. We're going to get to it, though. We're going to take that. We're going to go back in a second because Michael is abducted. They're pulling out of the house. Let me show you this. This is very important. I need to show you a map really quick. Okay. All right. Michael's house is right here. Michael's house is right here. Okay. Their house. Hold on one second. Stacy's house is right here. Right? This is where the guy in the interview and the four are living at 1102 Red Wing Street. Right here. And as you can see, there used to be trees here and a building and all of that, but they dug out the entire backyard to make sure Michael wasn't buried there. They did find all dogs alerted that human remains were back there. So they live right here. The Vaughan family live right here, right? The way this neighborhood is, you can only get out one way. So here is they pull out of their driveway and they're going to go right here. Okay. Now, at the time, Mr. Vaughan Tyler is changing a diaper, ordering food, all of that. Michael gets out of the yard and is looking, to find his friends, see if they want to play. He wants to play. What 5-year-old doesn't, right? On a hot summer day. Now they are coming out right here, right? They have to come out this way. Have to. They go down 8th Street, right? They go down 8th Street. They say that they pull over somewhere in this area. Michael's home is right there. This is about, 100 feet apart. They stop here because they say that the power steering fluid is leaking and they have to change the power steering fluid. And Stacy says he changes the power steering fluid and that's it. He says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 or 7 houses down, which would be anywhere from this one to this one, all the way up from here that he sees a kid outside playing while he's changing, or I say changing, I'm sorry, adding power steering fluid. I always say changing, it's a Appalachian thing. He is adding power steering fluid because it leaks. He says while he's changing in just a few seconds, maybe a minute or two, he notices a kid down here, but it looks nothing like Michael, right? Nothing like Michael. Now, right here is the splash pad where Stacy pulled in this parking lot earlier that day and to get a snuff, he says. He was there no more than 5 minutes, but that was earlier on in the day. But this is as they are going to Brandon's house. Michael, at this time, when they are sitting their asses right here, Michael's looking to find a friend that wants to play. They said they see some other kid, but looks nothing like Michael, and they add power steering fluid and they leave and they go change. They go to Brandon's house, which is like an hour away, to tow the car, which is where in the interview we're talking that they are at right then and there. But while they are right here, in my opinion, and I would bet everything on it, between here and here, from right here to the splash pad to right here at the corner of South Arizona, where the Vaughan family live, Michael is abducted by these bastards. And Brandy and Tyler and the Vaughan family and Fruitland, Idaho is changed forever. Its innocence is lost, thanks to the 4 bastards that took him. They abduct him probably right through here, but I'll say from anywhere from the splash pad to right here. They abduct him right on this street while he's just looking for a friend. And then they go to Brandon's house. Meanwhile, Dad is, population less than 7,000. After this, while this is going on, Tyler's changing a diaper, getting the infant, Michael's younger sister, who's an infant at the time, situated, or diaper changed and everything. And then his whole world, the Vaughn's world, changes forever. They abduct Michael and they go to Kuna, Idaho.
On the right side of his house because his mom has surveillance, like a Ring doorbell that has audio.
Now, we're, talking to Stacy, and he is where he hasn't said it, but they have already abducted Michael and they have went to Kuna. They have Michael at this point. Now, Stacy, he's just acting like just doing some laundry, and we are towing a car. Now listen to him.
Or audio video setup that'll pick up detection of movement or whatever. So we parked just enough in front of his car.
Isn't that interesting? Brandon's mom said, "Don't want you here while I'm not here." So they sneak in away to the house to where it won't set the cameras off. How interesting. He just said it himself.
Car so I could push his car out of the driveway and get the tow strap out of the truck to go connect to his car. And while in the process of me doing that, he was in the house washing his clothes.
Okay, what's wrong with his car?
He blew the spark plugs out of the cylinders.
He broke the spark plugs. Okay.
Blew, yeah. He drove a Mercedes, and I don't know if anybody knows much about Mercedes, but they're pieces of shit.
Spark plug cylinders. Why do you have to tow a car with a strap that evening? Why don't you just change the spark plug cylinders at the freaking house? Because they need an excuse why they were there. Okay.
I'll never drive one
Okay. And so why didn't he just get new spark plugs?
because you can't. They had to be rethreaded. The holes had to be rethreaded. He literally blew the spark plug out of the hole.
Oh,
The threads. He blew the threads. Correct.
okay. Okay. And how long are y'all at this house?
30 minutes tops.
Well, you can't wash and dry your clothes for 30 minutes.
He didn't dry his clothes. He washed them and left them in the washer, and then they went back the next day.
Because that makes sense, doesn't it? That makes sense. He washes his clothes, right? And then he doesn't dry them, right? And then they tow the car back an hour, and then they rush back to the house first thing the next morning. Whenever Stacy and Sarah have a washer and dryer at the house that he's staying at. So he lets his clothes be washed and sit there all night. I believe they were washing clothes. I damn sure do. But I think it was for a nefarious reason, if you ask me. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
Mhm.
So he throws him in the washer. Okay. And you're driving this car back, or
Oh,
you're
he's
towing
steering
it?
the car. Sarah was towing it. I was in the passenger seat. Sarah wanted to learn how to tow a car.
So she's doing
Sorry.
this.
Correct.
Okay. Now, how did you go back? What do you mean an alarm set on his phone? Oh, yeah. I got what you mean. Yeah, he had an alarm set on his phone that to get up early that morning so they would go back. Meanwhile, Michael's abducted. They're out all night. The entire neighborhood, the entire Fruitland, Idaho, population of 7,000. Half of them are out looking for Michael. Whenever the people that took Michael is just in the same neighborhood. Michael is one of the very few per year that is and was abducted by a non-familiar person. Usually people who are abducted and unalived are someone that knows them, that is very close to them. About 99%. If someone is abducted or unalived, it is usually by someone that lives with them or knows them. Michael is one of the few cases per year that someone that he does not know took him.
We went back to 10 mile, I believe, which turns into, if you pull up the maps real quick, you can see where I went. But if you type in
Right,
Idaho
Rhonda.
16 from Kiena, Idaho, from his house to Idaho 16, we literally, I believe, took 10 mile, or it was Eagle Road, one of the two, but we took 10 mile all the way onto Idaho 16. Idaho 16 then drops into Highway 52. Highway 52 drops into Payette, Idaho. And then you take a left off of, when you enter Payette off of Idaho or Highway 52, and that takes you straight to Fruitland.
Okay. We need some more detail to this. All right, so that's 16 East Idaho. All right,
No,
so
you don't want 16 East Idaho. You want to go from his house, not my house.
oh, okay. Shit. What was his
Type in
address?
11 or type in
Hold on, I get a
251.
little confused right here. Let me
Yep.
just fast forward it. Do you take 80? You don't take 84, do you? You take this
That
way, right?
address is not correct on it's not 186 West Hannikin Street. 2518. Yep.
Okay. All right. So you're going this way, and which
Correct.
road do you take?
Nope, the one where the blue line is. It's exactly where we followed.
So they take the blue line right here, as you see. This is the way that they took it. And look at the cameras. Look at the cameras. Right here?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you take 10 Mile Road.
Correct.
Okay. So there's 1,000 stoplights through here, right?
Yep.
All right. So they would have you guys on here for sure.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And have they
Yeah.
told you that they've, that you can share with us? I mean, there's some things you probably can't share, but have they told you that they've seen y'all, towing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, not towing, but I mean, if you pull up the map that I sent you, the screenshots, you'll
Okay.
be able to explain that to people while
Okay.
I'm here.
Let's pop this up. All right. So Stacy has some receipts today. This interview was about 6 months ago. He did bring some receipts. All right. Is this the map?
Yep.
Okay. And it just so happens that Stacy took some receipts on their way home. They had to pull over because the strap broke. And while the strap broke and they had to pull over on the side of the road, he takes a picture of the Mercedes parts or something that he needs. Very interesting. In my opinion, trying to build an alibi. All right. So, all right. You want to go ahead and.
Yeah. So basically, that map right there where the red dot is, that's where Sarah and me and Brandon pulled off because when Sarah, so with towing, if anybody knows anything about tow straps, you have to keep tension on the rope on the tow strap. Otherwise, you'll end up snapping it, which Sarah failed to do. And I told her, I was like, look, you got to keep tension. And whenever you take off, you got to ease when you take off from a stoplight or wherever. You can't just gun it.
He said he was letting Sarah tow the Mercedes because, the VIN, he shows it. We'll show it here in a second. Because she had never towed anything before, and she wanted to learn how to tow a Mercedes with a tow strap. Sounds like fun.
Well, she gunned it. The truck had a lot of power too, so I mean, I can kind of see that. But that's what happened is she gunned it and snapped the tow strap in half. So
Okay.
that red dot is where we pulled up, and if you zoom in on that dot, I don't know if you can, but literally, like it'll show where we pulled off at on the side of the road, that's Idaho 16. Now, after we
That's right. He did, didn't he, Mohawk? Brandon did an interview. I didn't realize that, Mohawk. Mohawk's got the best memory. Brandon said the car was on a trailer. It wasn't on a trailer.
stopped, Sarah, I got out because I had to reattach the tow strap. I had to double knot it, which shortened the tow strap quite a bit, but it worked for the due diligence of the rest of the trip. Sarah did get out of the truck because she had to use the bathroom really bad.
Okay.
She had to take a pee, and it was dark out, so she didn't think anything bad about it. So she literally just got out of the truck, went pee real quick, and got back in the truck. No, she did not
Devil.
wipe. I can vouch for that, which is kind of gross, but she's let that shit go.
Okay.
So if you follow that map,
Okay.
that's
Question. How long did it take you to
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. Okay. All right.
So if you follow that map, Idaho 16, if you want to pull
Did
up the
Sorry,
next map.
Did you start driving back at this time?
No, she drove the whole way.
Okay. All right.
So that
Now,
little picture that's in the middle of that map, if you want to
Right.
zoom in for people.
I can't exactly zoom in, unfortunately.
Yeah, well,
But
that picture that's on the map right,
I'm going to fast forward it a little bit.
that's literally what pulled up on. If I had a way to screen share right now, I would totally screen share my map so you could see everything on my side. I don't know if that's possible, but I could. I wonder. No, there's no.
But you know what you can do? You can screen record it.
How do I don't know how to do that either.
Okay. Okay. All right. You lied about Michael. Why not lie about some napkins? Okay. Have you showed authorities this? Good
Oh
Lord.
yeah, they have it all.
I'm sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And they have that.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, all right. Now, so they took this July 27th, 9:56 p.m. I think I said Michael went missing July 25th earlier. I apologize if I did. What is this photo? This is 9:56.
That's the part. Yep, that's the part. The same part that's in the middle of that picture. That's
Now, while you're towing and the strap broke and you've got this broad out here pissing on the side of the road, are you going to be taking pictures of the VIN and stuff? No. He's building an alibi. He wanted to make sure that location was on. Now, remember, they have already abducted Michael. They have already drove an hour to Brandon's house, allegedly stayed 30 minutes, washed clothes, and did whatever they did with Michael for the night. Now they're towing and they're headed back to their home. Now, let me think here. 9:56. What time did Michael go missing? 7? I can't remember. It's like 7. I can't remember right now. 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. They had to be at the house more than 30 minutes. There's no way. 6:30 or 7, something like that. 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30. This is 3.5 hours later, and they're not even close to home at this point.
the AC compressor part.
Okay. Now, why are you taking these pictures at this time? Thank
It
you
was
both.
something that
Thank
I
you.
already had the hood open to reattach the strap because I had to connect the strap on the inside of the hood to go
Adrian wants a
and
link. He says he's being set up. Yeah, I'll drop a link, but he's going to have to show his face. He'll have to show his face. Now, Adrian came in chat. He is the other suspect. And they watch Brooks from Crime Lines and Lines. They watch me. They watch Josh, and they watch Chris McDonough. Brandon and Adrian, who are out, they watch every single video that we do. Face before he's coming up. Go ahead.
so so that's why I took that picture. Was because the hood was already open and I wanted to snap a picture anyways while I was there because it was nighttime, you know what I mean? And the next day I was planning on making some phone calls to find that part for him.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So I dropped a link. I don't think it's Adrian. It was Adrian. But he'll have to show his face before he comes up. It's just that simple. He doesn't. All right. Now. All right. All right. Carry on with your story because it's not him. It's just a troll. It was him, actually.
Got a lot of those, huh?
Yeah. A lot of them.
Bunch of fake people. So from there we went home from
It's
Payette.
about to get real interesting.
the
because
car-
Josh is
car
about to
behind
come up
us.
here. And
Brandon
shit
was
isn't fan
steering
yet.
it. Sarah and I were in the truck. Pulled into the subdivision. There was a bunch of people walking around. I told Sarah.
So now he's saying they're pulling into the subdivision, which is where the Vaughan family lives, and they live.
I was like, "Hey, let's stop. Let's find out
What
what's going
time is
on."
this? What time is this?
Sometime after that timestamp. So, like, if you do the math, like 20 minutes after that last timestamp right there.
So we're talking at 10:15, 10:20?
Correct.
It was not at 10:15 or 10:20. What time was it, Mohawk? It was like midnight or 12:30 in the morning when they actually get back. Okay, so love you too, baby. Michael goes missing at 6:40. It's about to get to 7 p.m.
Correct.
So we are looking at we'll say we'll do 7 o'clock, 8, 9, 10. We're looking at 3.5 hours. Michael
Correct.
had been missing. Okay. Just after 12. So 7, we'll just say 7. Might have been a little earlier. Michael was abducted. I got to get my timeline out. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 5 hours. Michael has been missing. It's a 45-minute drive there, a 45-minute drive back. Okay. What'd you do at the other time? Right? He says that they were there 30 minutes. No way. No way. No way. All right. Michael's missing we're going to say 3.5 to 4 hours. Okay. All right. So you're pulling up. Yes. Great point. They had an alarm set for 6 a.m. The photo shows how long till the alarm goes off. You're going to your house.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So pulling into the neighborhood, I told Sarah to stop to find out what was going on. They at then point, police officer said that a little boy had gone missing.
That they just
We
abducted
were like, really? And
5
they're like,
hours
what's
ago.
his name? We asked what his name was. They said it was Michael Vaughan. And we're like, okay, we'll keep an eye out for him or whatever. So we got back to the house on Red Wing Street, and
Hold on.
Sarah and
I
Brendan.
apologize. Guys, it's not Adrian. I've got Adrian's contact. It's not Adrian. It was Adrian. So if it is Adrian, he can come up, but I assure you it's not Adrian. It was Adrian. Either come up, show your face. You don't have to show your face on camera up here, but you have to show it behind the scenes where I can see it. And if not, then nobody even mention it anymore, please. Be done with it. Sorry, Safety.
It's all good. So we get back to the house and pull around Mallard Street, took a left on Mallard Street because Mallard Street leads onto Red Wing.
Okay.
And it was just easiest to go that way because we had a vehicle behind us that we were towing.
Mhm.
And so we pulled onto the side of the curb or the side of the road, which on our house, which is there's a curb.
Exactly, Philip. Exactly. But he said they were only there 30 minutes. But they had 3 hours and 15 minutes extra to spare. But they couldn't drive the clothes that night. They had to drive another 45 minutes the next morning to dry those clothes when they had a washer and dryer in their own house. By the way, Michael was believed to be at that house. There was dogs that picked up remains at his mother's house too. However, Brandon's mother says that it was a leak of some sort under their house. It was not a leak under their house. She knows in her heart, in my opinion. The police were there. Yes, but they also hit at Brandon's parents. Yes, that's where they had him overnight. Hey, Josh. This is Josh from the lab. He's my buddy.
What's up, Josh? How you doing?
Get ready.
Good, how are
Buckle
you?
up.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Buckle up because I wanted to get my questions out of the way. And now Josh is getting ready to fire at him. And it gets really heated. And you can see Stacy melting in front of us. Kind of playing like the good cop, bad cop, the kind of thing.
Me to you, man. Pull out of the house on Red Wing Street. There is literally, I mean, there's people walking around everywhere, of course. Sarah and Brendan said they were going to go look for the kid or for Michael. I said, okay, well, I'm going to stay here because I got to get this car unlatched from being in the street because, you know, you can't legally have a car taking up the whole length of the street pretty much.
Right.
So went and did that while they went looking for Michael. They came back probably, I don't know, midnight, 12:30, said they had no luck on finding him.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, crap. What am I doing? It's way too close.
I was like, man, that was good. No.
Sorry.
It's okay. So that was the gist of that night.
Okay.
That
All right.
was really all that happened.
This is Chris McDonough from the interview
I've
room.
met him.
You've met Chris? Okay, you talked to Chris.
You've
I want to
met
play
Chris, haven't
this
you?
little bit right here.
You
and
sure have.
Question in our research today.
Bear with me.
We have numerous eyewitnesses they saw him that day traveling eastbound on 9th Street.
All right, were you traveling eastbound on 9th Street?
No, never been on 9th Street in my life.
This is the neighborhood. This is the neighborhood. Now, South Arizona and 9th. Okay, I'm going to fast forward. This is just a little bit right here. Okay, here we go. Now it's going to get interesting.
Hey, how's it
How
going?
you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Good.
How are you?
Living the dream, brother. Living the dream.
I hear you.
You have any questions you want to ask Josh?
Well, I kind of coming in halfway through here. Did you get to the interrogation part?
No. I've just been getting the story pretty much. That's about it
Gotcha. Okay.
of that day.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
So we're gonna go live again tomorrow. How long are we planning on doing this one today for? Because
He's
I
nervous.
literally just had to go back to the shelter.
Okay.
So I'm literally trying to get settled in, and they're getting ready to serve dinner here probably in about 10 minutes.
Okay. We can. Yep.
So if that's okay, I'm obviously you see I'm committed. You know, I have
Sure,
nothing
sure.
to hide. I'm not running. So
Okay. I bought him dinner that evening.
just don't want to make it seem bad to people, but like I said, I'm trying to get settled in. I've
Sure.
never been to this place before, so
Can you do another 15
Hey,
minutes
Lisa.
today?
yeah.
Okay, we can do it. We can set up another one tomorrow as well. Okay. All right. So question here.
Ouch.
Let me find this right here.
Okay.
This is an interesting thing that Stacy said, and I wanted your comment on it. If I can pull it up. I got so many screens pulled up. Okay. All right.
Listen to this.
And this is from forget what news. I'm sorry, I don't got the source on me right now, but it says according to documents, police forced entry into Wanderer's home around 9:30 p.m. We're driving this question. We're driving this boat right now because this is undisputable. She threw him, his wife, he's in jail. He admitted, and then she threw him under the bus after he admitted to Michael being in the backyard. And they come to the house and she throws him under the bus. It's connecting. So we're driving this right now. Friday, where they found Sarah Wandra in the living room. She was detained and read a copy of a search warrant. Quote, when I got to the portion that read murder, she said, quote, did you just say murder multiple times? End quote. A Fruitland police officer wrote in the affidavit, she also said, quote, I have never murdered anyone, end quote. Officials said Sarah Wandra maintained that she, quote, definitely did not kill that boy, end quote. That's her quote, not mine. And said, quote, the Most High God already told me who did it, end quote. She reportedly told police, quote, oh, wow, the Most High God just told me that Stacy was the one who killed him and buried him in the backyard, end quote, the neighbor's house. When she asked later to show police where the boy was buried, according to the affidavit, she told police of a spot near the entry of the residence and said Stacy had buried him in the backyard, quote, in the backyard of the shed, end quote. Police said at that point they began to digging a portion of the Wanderer's yard based upon information, quote, received from Stacy, who had not yet been arrested or charged by Monday afternoon. It wasn't clear when or why police had spoken with Stacy Wanderer. Do you know why she would say something like that?
I'm appalled. I have no clue. She's literally like gone cuckoo. Um, I'm a very high believer in God, and I believe in God strongly. And
Now, police had some intelligence that Stacy could be involved. Stacy is in jail at this time. They take Stacy and they do an interview with him, and he breaks down and he says Michael is in their backyard where he was living. They get a warrant, and Sarah answers the door, and she's like, I have not ever unalived anyone in my life. Did you just say Murder? Oh wow, the Most High God told me that Stacy did it, her husband. So they have intelligence that Stacy and Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon have done something to Michael. Stacy admits it. Then they start, and then Sarah officially throws him under the bus. Then they start digging up the backyard. Stacy's the guy. Stacy's the one right here.
God wouldn't tell a lie. You know what I
Sure.
mean? God is very,
He's going to.
you know,
I'm just telling you.
Well,
died on the
God,
cross.
God may not tell a lie, but humans will. Let me ask you this
That's
question
true.
really
That's
fast.
Go ahead.
I guess my question really is,
a drink.
what is it that you're trying to accomplish? I mean, you are a suspect in the case,
Mhm.
whether you know
Yes.
law enforcement has said that. What is it like? So you're doing, not, I'm not saying you're doing rounds, but you're going on panels and stuff. Like, how is this going to help you? How is this going to help exonerate you?
It's not going to help exonerate me, but what it's doing is giving people my side of the story, because there's a lot of stories being told, but nobody's going to believe one person over the other. Reality is I'm still a suspect. And when it gets cleared by law enforcement, then people have a different view. But I want to personally tell people my side of the story, because I feel that's what I'm destined to do. Because I feel there's a lot of bullshit talk, there's a lot of crap talk about each and every one of us.
Mhm.
I'm just honestly going out there because I know what happened that night. I know that I know the whereabouts where I was. I know the whereabouts where Sarah and Brandon were. I don't see that. That's why I'm doing this, because there's a lot of questions regarding this.
Yeah,
Right.
but you don't have anything to offer as to where Michael is.
I don't. You're right, because I don't.
So what I'm saying is, like, and the point that, I mean, that should take 5 minutes to say.
He has taken a polygraph.
I did take a polygraph, and I was very well informed that I passed a polygraph by detectives, by the FBI.
Let me tell you something. If this man passed a polygraph, I know that they are fucking junk. I'm just going to tell you that right now. If this man passed a polygraph, there is no hope. I don't believe in him either way. It's a little bit of pseudoscience. They may or may not know sometimes. but he passed. Don Wells passed, allegedly. Proudfoot's allegedly pass. Seems like all these people pass.
FBI by my mom, who the detectives told. I was also told that Sarah and Brandon did not.
Have you told investigators anything?
It's so interesting how he says Sarah and Adrian, I think or Brandon didn't pass when they're all freaking together when Michael goes missing.
That you haven't told the public, and if so,
No.
why?
Except Adrian.
No.
he
So
wasn't
your
there.
story that you're telling everybody is the exact same that you
Exactly.
have
Exactly.
told in the interrogations.
Exactly.
And to stop an interrogation, what you did, you said that Michael was in the yard. How does that, did that stop an interrogate? Did that actually stop it?
I haven't been interrogated since. They haven't.
And-
I haven't heard from law enforcement. I haven't talked to law enforcement. I haven't heard a peep from
And so,
anybody.
so they dug up that entire yard, as we all saw. We watched them do it,
Mhm.
based on just you saying that he was buried in the yard to stop it.
Correct.
So you tricked law enforcement into doing that?
I guess if you want to put it that way, yes.
Well, I mean, that's against the law, right?
Listen mean, to do you this. think
So you very well, you could and probably should be charged with that. But let me, and I'm not here to like trip you up or hang you or be mean to you.
Yeah, he said the reason he said was so that Michael was in the backyard was so he wouldn't be interrogated anymore, which is, there's been people out there who have been that have admitted, that that they would just admit so the interrogation would stop. But it doesn't cut it with this one. There's evidence. There's actual evidence. And there's a lot of it. It doesn't work with this, Stacy. And and what Josh is saying here, oh, so you're lying about saying that Michael was back there. Well, you can be charged for lying, falsifying to a police.
Anything, but how is it that
Listen to this.
you can trick dogs into hitting on human decomp? You can't do that. You can trick the police,
Watching.
but you're not tricking dogs.
No, not at all. But
And the dogs did hit, correct?
Apparently that's what
There
I'm
were
being
supposed to
told,
be
yeah.
multiple dogs.
So
according to-
you told them that Michael was buried in the yard, and then, which you say is a lie, but then dogs hit on human
No,
decomp in that yard.
They hit before I told them that. That's why they questioned me.
So they hit before? That's
Correct.
a lie. That's a lie. So did
But to prove my point that there was nothing
that's a lie. He actually told them where to look in the yard.
back there, that's why I had them go dig it up. I knew there was nothing back there.
No,
I
he thought he was going to get a deal.
simply was very much so under pressure. I was being interrogated to the point of tears. I mean, for hours a day, for like 3 or 4 days. And honestly, I could not take it. It was killing me.
But I thought you said you gave them the tip.
I did give them the tip after they interrogated me.
If the dogs would have
but-
hit earlier, they wouldn't. They would
Never
have just
mind.
dug it up.
Yeah, that's the thing. If that's what I'm trying to understand.
That's what I'm saying.
here.
Like, so obviously,
I mean,
I mean-
they wouldn't notice. They wouldn't have known to search your house if they
Right.
hadn't had it. If you hadn't given them the tip.
That's what I'm saying. I told them.
He's double talking.
you told them, and then the dogs hit, correct?
No.
Because the
The
dogs
Yeah.
they
The
hit on
cadaver
dog,
dog hit before That's at least what I'm being told. That's what law enforcement told me. That's what Detective
Was
Crimmins
is
told
they
me.
they would dig it up though. They would have dug it up if dogs would have hit. Not so they didn't. They dug it up because you said Michael was buried in the yard.
Correct.
Okay, but
Then
how
they
did
bring the dogs out there to confirm that hey, there is human there is
they
they're
hit?
hitting out here.
Yes, he told him that Michael was in the back of the yard. They had something that was pointing toward them anyways. They had gotten something. And then guess what? The dogs hit.
So then they dig it up.
All I know is I told them that fable. That's what I told them. I don't know anything further than that.
And you
I
can
know
see
that
how
they
that's
said
going to
the
be
everything, you
hard
dogs.
for
son of a
people
bitch.
to understand.
I do, absolutely.
Because I mean that's a lot to tell. I mean, to get an interrogation to stop, all you would need to do is say, "Hey, I want to talk to my lawyer."
And I did that. My lawyer was present with me.
Okay. I've got the clip where JD Huff said we have multiple dogs hit and we've got all of this based on evidence, it says.
And testimony. I mean, and that's what I'm really wondering is because like I said, this is just what I think.
Oh, he's
I
fake.
think that you plan on being indicted like everybody else that was up there on those poster boards, and you're trying to get ahead of this thing.
Yes, he just admitted his lawyer was there with him. And he says, I admitted because I didn't want to be questioned anymore. But exactly, Mohawk. Once you say lawyer, the police have to stop. And you can damn sure bet they recorded that, right?
Kind of get your story out there, which I don't blame you, but it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. I know it is. But
And it certainly
what you're
did.
going to do is
Bid him.
so since there's 4 different people involved, what's going to end up happening is you guys are all going to start throwing each other under the bus. You're kind of Brandon was the first one. Then it's you because you're out of jail now. And Adrian eventually at trial or whatever is happening here. But what I'm saying is I don't understand why anybody would tell the police that there's a kid buried in the yard to stop an interrogation. What good does that do? Did that help you in some way?
The probable cause
Because why you
affidavit-
wouldn't tell him that unless he was actually buried in that yard.
He wasn't.
He wasn't when they went back, but he was at one point, according to the dogs.
But the
and to
problem,
you.
the problem is how is he not, I mean, how is he not found? I mean, he obviously was in that yard at some point. Investigators and dogs and everyone picked it up. Now, maybe you didn't have nothing to do with it, but somebody at that house did. You know what I mean?
would.
That's the thing. And
I've
who was it?
asked.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm telling my side, because I know for a fact, and per the posters and the pictures and everything that I posted that I sent to Justin, like I had nothing to do with this boy's disappearance. I had no knowledge of him being buried. If he was buried, that's news to me. And what's weird about it is
Amazing.
our neighborhood, like they have cameras that like from Sky Cam or whatever it is, that you can see into the backyard. There was no dig holes. My dog Oakley, it was a digger, but she dug right when you walked out the front patio where the dead spot is, where the barbecue was.
Mhm.
But
Now,
it was dead because the barbecue we had 2 barbecues at the time, and one was sitting on the grass.
One
in
of the
this
things.
affidavit-
Oh,
Not
sorry.
yet.
Justin.
Go ahead,
Coming.
Josh.
Well, one of the things that the dog would do is when they're sniffing in the yard, not only would they do that, at any point, if he was in the house at all, if Michael was in your house, the dogs would hit at the front porch. Did they?
No, not to my knowledge. No.
I
Yes,
think they
did.
hit beside the front porch.
Oh, okay. So that would indicate that
They
he
did.
was near the house. So Michael, I mean, let's just
They hit right beside the front porch as well.
be honest here. Michael was around that house.
Huh?
Michael was around that house. The dogs aren't going to hit just for no reason unless you buried somebody else back there.
I don't know. I have no information to give to that. Like I told everybody and anybody on here, if I knew something about this, because I am in no way okay
Mhm.
with abducting a child, killing him, burying him. I would bury somebody else for doing that to somebody like that.
Now,
Right.
the probable
I
cause
would be,
affidavit, David, it says that you spoke to them while you were not in custody about this.
I gave them permission
Okay, maybe that's what
to
that.
search the house when Sarah got arrested.
Mhm.
I didn't get arrested. She got arrested April 13th of 2022. I got
Okay.
arrested May 6th of 2022.
Okay. All right. Um,
Do you expect to be indicted for this?
I was going to ask the
I mean,
If I am-
obviously you have an idea that you're probably, or else you wouldn't be doing this. I mean, let's just I've seen
doing
this
this to
before.
to tell my side of the story. And if I'm indicted, they've got a long road ahead of them with going to trial.
Well,
He's really confident about that. Sarah, I believe she is. I think she's still in custody, and isn't she? Is Sarah still in? She's still in custody, and Stacy is in custody on unrelated charges. Now, I'm going to show you guys something right after this, though.
I mean, not really. If you told him that he was in the yard, I mean, you're going to be charged with lying to investigators if that's what you did, and that's a serious crime too.
And if I am, I am. I own up to that.
This
take
is in
accountability.
October. Prosecutors on the investigation over Michael says, quote, I expect to charge it. I wanted to trigger this.
I mean, they put 4 posters up of people, and I'm not saying you don't have the right to defend yourself. You absolutely
You
do, and
absolutely-
if you have nothing to do with this, all that should come out eventually. But I don't know. I'm not really sure why. I just don't. I can't get past like how you would just say, hey, yeah, he's in the yard.
I literally made that up.
And
There was
then
no-
dogs
nothing
literally hit
behind it.
on human decomposition.
Yeah, that's the problem is if you made it up and he was actually in the backyard, I mean, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, Stacey?
I feel you, and I get that.
So let's say you're in jail and you don't want to be interrogated anymore, and your lawyer is sitting next to you, but you admit that the child, Michael Joseph Vaughan, who has been missing a significant period, about probably a year and a half at this time, and you say, he's in the home that I live at, he's in the backyard. And so they get a warrant and they go in, and your wife has a vision from God, and she says, I've never did anything, but God just told me that this SOB, Stacy, did this to him. And then they start digging up the backyard. They don't find Michael, but they find evidence of human remains that has been at that house. And the dogs hit on Michael's scent in the front yard next to the door. You either have to be, I mean, it's not even, I would say you would have to be the most unluckiest person in the world. But it doesn't even, I mean, it doesn't even make sense at that point. I mean, Yeah, the lawyer would have stopped the questioning had he said, I don't want to be questioned anymore. Whose remains were they? They were Michael Vaughan's, but they had moved his body at some point. Michael was in that backyard. But they got scared. I think Stacy really thought that Michael was in that backyard. And that's why he told the investigators and the police to get a deal. But I think Sarah, his wife, that said, oh, wow, well, God told me that my husband did this. But I think Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon moved him while he was in jail. Just ask the dogs didn't hit on other locations.
But
And that's like that's a hell of a
I
coincidence.
gave them a direction.
They only hit in the
Okay,
backyard.
this is where I know that it was a lie, because that dog may have hit in the backyard, but the direction and area that I pointed to him, the dogs did not hit around.
So it's a little backyard, real little. And it's a really little. You're right. I apologize. Just asked. They did hit underneath the house at Brandon's mother's house. Yes, they did. They did. But I don't think there was any anomalies. And they were the ones there they were the only ones there at Brandon's mom's house.
At that house.
Oh, sorry.
In the backyard. I told them he was literally buried directly across from the patio.
I told him he was literally buried across from the patio. Mm-hmm.
Well, who do you think?
Let me just show you something. Let me just show you something real quick. As you can see, these houses, you see from Google Earth, this house has no grass. Look how small that backyard is. I might have told him that he was buried right here, but he might have been over here. Hey, Spirit. Dude is so full of shit.
Did this?
I don't know.
Is
I
it
know
some- do you think it was somebody in the house?
I know Adrian has, according to detectives and what I've been told by them, that Adrian has a huge history of human trafficking. So I wouldn't put it past him.
So he's blaming other people that lived in the house. Blaming other people that was in the house. I believe that Adrian is the one. Never mind.
But the matter of the fact is when and how he would get away with doing something like that, because I have no knowledge of any of this.
Okay. Yes, it was DRUGS. All right. Let me just play this and violation of probation. Was what they said.
Everybody, I just wanted to start out by saying thank you.
Let me.
And it remains very active and an ongoing investigation. You can't take one of our most precious citizens from us and ever expect us to stop. During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland.
Can you pause that for a
As a
second?
result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search.
Why it says that they received credible information. So that's based on your tip alone. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. I was just checking.
Okay.
Search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Sarah Wandra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause.
No, the guy that he said was trafficking, he was a drug trafficker, and he bounced 1 or 2 days after Michael was abducted, and it is believed that he either helped dig Michael's in the back, and Brandon and Sarah,
that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement.
What would the probable cause be?
Him.
Following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police,
I
the
wanted
Idaho
him to say
Mountain
that,
Search
though.
and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wanderer's home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property.
Listen to this.
All of them alerting to the presence of human remains.
I'm getting to that spirit.
So that's where the problem,
Right.
you know, that's where the story really starts to fall apart for you. Is you're saying that I made this up, but then you have multiple dogs. Every dog that was there hit.
Mm-hmm.
They're not hit. I mean, you can bring them to my backyard right now. I can make up a lie. They're not going to hit, and they're not going to dig up my yard.
Yes. So I bet you right now, if you lied and told someone that you had someone buried in your backyard, that if they came and they got dogs, I bet you they're not going to hopefully find someone in your backyard, are they? Especially not a missing child. Right? But he admitted with his attorney present, his wife throws him under the bus and says he did it, which she did it too. And then they find where human remains had been in the backyard.
I mean, you understand that.
Penetrating radar was also used.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's it. I was just wondering.
I just want to finish this little
And
bit
deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation
and that's where something has been dug, and the ground isn't as firm
of the entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Although the remains of Michael Vaughan were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that
based on evidence
that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation
Michael
is
was not
active,
trafficked. No.
fluid, and ongoing.
You know, I mean,
Sarah wanted a baby, right?
she wanted a baby.
Did she
yes.
take Michael?
I have no idea.
I mean, she's your wife. You would have
Yeah,
some
Sarah
idea
was
if the
also
boy was.
very deceitful and hid everything from me. She had a fucking gun she held Tanner Butler up at gunpoint with.
Mhm.
I had no idea or any knowledge about the gun that she had because Randy Strickland, who was staying with us, asked her to not tell me about it because I was a felon.
Mhm. Is that
And
what
he
you got in
trusted her
trouble
more
for?
than me. Huh? No,
Is that
I got
what
in
you?
trouble for having my own gun.
Right. Well, you know, the
Were
main
you
thing
offered
is-
a deal, like a cooperation deal?
They offered this before they dug the yard, and they said that they would give me a 15 plus 7, but in the condition that I would tell them where the body is. And I said,
see, they offered him a deal. They offered him a deal. And that's when he said, Michael's in the backyard. And he really was in the backyard, he thought. But Sarah and Brandon moved him while he was in jail because if something slipped up, they would be at the house, and they damn sure came at the house. Why did they take Michael? Yes, his wife wanted a child. That could be one reason, and probably is the reason. They couldn't even take care of themselves. But we don't know for sure yet.
I don't know where the body is.
Currently, or you did in the past?
I have never known where the body is.
Liar.
Somebody in the chat just said that Adrian was left with a duffel bag. You know anything about that?
No, never even knew that he had a duffel bag with him. He had a backpack.
He called it a duffel bag in the beginning of this live. And now, no, never knew he had a duffel bag. I knew he had a backpack. Just amazing.
So you unequivocally, absolutely never at any point in your life have seen Michael Vaughan. Never.
I don't even know who this kid was, and that's deep down, honest to God, with everything in my heart. I have no idea. I've never seen this kid. I didn't even know he existed. I didn't know who Tyler and Brandy were.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, I've never seen that kid in my day of my life.
Okay, so Brandon had a duffel bag. Excuse me. What did Brandon have? What was Brandon doing with the duffel bag?
He had his clothes in it. Like, I watched him when we went to go tow the car. I watched him have an empty duffel bag. It was empty. And I watched him fill it with all of his clothes that he had.
Now, remember in the beginning of this interview, he said the duffel bag, and I watched him put the clothes in. Didn't ask him if there was a body in it or anything like that. Never asked him in the beginning of this interview. But they go wash clothes an hour away at a home that they're not supposed to be in, where Michael was believed to be deceased at some point, probably in the very beginning. And they're washing clothes that night and towing a car whenever they have a washer and dryer at their house. They go there to wash clothes. They just wash them, but they don't dry them. And he sets an alarm to be back there at 6 o'clock in the morning, an hour away, to go dry his clothes that his wife literally has a laundry service.
At our house.
Was it your duffel bag?
No, it was his.
So you're not missing a duffel bag.
Not at all.
Okay.
What about underneath the house?
There
The
was a
crawl
crawl
space.
space, but that crawl space literally it was in in the walk-in closet from our bathroom
Right.
that literally had an empty Savage Arms uh, old box from an old 17 that I had.
Okay.
Did a dog hit at Brandon's house?
Yes.
I don't know. I
They sure
don't know.
did.
I can't confirm that because I've been told things through lives, like doing YouTube lives, but I've never heard anything from the police. No.
Yeah.
They did. They hit.
And if you guys have any further questions, like Eve that does the same thing you guys do, has literally covered this whole case extensively, like thoroughly.
Mhm.
And she just wanted me to point out to you guys, like, if you have questions like skeptibilities or whatever, to literally go to her. Like, she has the police reports, she has everything.
I just don't understand why you would lie to the feds about saying that there's a body in the backyard.
You
And
have
then,
to understand it coming from my point of view and my mental disability that I
Here we
suffer
go.
with. Like, not as an excuse, but
What's your mental
legit.
disability?
I have fetal syndrome. I have Asperger's. I have autism, which is Asperger's. I have bipolar, intermittent explosive disorder. Now, mind you, 98% of those I've overcome being in group homes my whole life. But people that have fetal syndrome, it is very common that people get put in very pressured situations
and
and that instant reaction just to give something to get them to back off.
and you're right. And you're right. But the problem is what you told them is what they have evidence that there was someone in the backyard.
Okay, but they did not specify where the dogs hit. They said they hit in the backyard. I told them where it made up again, where
Well,
he was buried, which was directly across.
See that?
When you walk out the back patio door, it was directly straight across, right in the middle of the fence, in the middle of the yard. They didn't specify where he was hit. They said that they dug by the shed and that the dogs had hit around the shed area. That's what I've been told. I know, and if you read their report, or you probably can pull it up, she literally, I don't know if it's accessible or not, but I know for a fact that when I gave them that location, they literally, I watched it on video when they were digging at that spot. Detective was on the phone with me.
Mhm.
They dug nothing up. The dogs did not hit in that spot. I watched them.
Mhm.
But you said that he was in the yard.
I said he was in that direct spot, but he was never there. Clearly,
Well, he was in that yard somewhere at one point.
somewhere, probably, I don't know.
He
I have
probably
nothing.
was.
I don't have
Hear
knowledge
that?
of it.
Well,
Like
I
I
mean,
said,
you
I have
didn't pull
never.
that, but you said that he was in the yard.
I said he was in that direct spot, but he was never there. Clearly,
He was in that yard somewhere at one point.
somewhere, probably, I don't know.
Somewhere.
I have
Probably
Here.
was.
I don't have knowledge of it.
Well,
Like
I
I
mean,
said,
you
I have
didn't pull
never-
that out of thin air. Maybe
Yes, I
Adrian
did.
told you, maybe
Yes, I
Sarah told you, maybe Brandon
No.
told you.
But this is exactly why it's hard for me to do these lives, because people are gonna try to judge me and say that I literally didn't. I had something to do with it. My question to you is why, when they did a polygraph test and I answered every question they asked me about Michael's disappearance, why on earth would I pass that polygraph?
Well,
You
to be
don't, you don't just get a false positive on a polygraph.
well, but the thing is, I'm going to throw something back at you after you. No, I don't think we're going to have to give up those, I don't think we're going to have to give up duffel bags or anything like that. I just think you don't put kids in them. Just don't put kids in them. If you are taking heavy medications and people do it totes and everything else. Have these
Haven't taken
disorders.
medication for years.
Well, do you have proof that you passed a polygraph?
You can probably get it in the affidavit
Because I
somewhere.
mean, you can't use
I
it in
can
a
tell
court of
you
law
that
anyway.
three people talked to me about my polygraph, including the guy that did the polygraph, in the Meridian Police Department, the Highway Patrol. The
Mhm.
guy that did the polygraph told me, he asked, how do you feel you did? And I said, I was honest about everything. He goes, you're right, you did. And then later on, I talked to the detectives. They also verified. Scott Crimmin was also at the Meridian Highway Patrol during my testing. He also said that I passed my polygraph.
Did
Anita,
Sarah pass?
no. According to what I'm being told, no. I don't have confirmation.
Well, see that's a problem. If he passed and Sarah didn't, him and Sarah were together right when Michael was abducted. He admits it, Sarah admits it, Brandon admits it. I mean, so if he actually passed and Sarah failed, this obviously shows you that there is polygraphs are a crock of shit.
I'm hearing that from my mom and what the detectives told my mom because Sarah was married to me.
So here's a common occurrence in these kinds of cases is that people want to give information, but they don't want to implicate themselves. They want to have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Sarah not passing, but you passing. 3 other people may know what have happened, but I don't know what happened.
Good point.
And then you see what I'm saying, and you see where I'm going with it. I'm not trying to be rude and trip you up here. I'm just saying you pulling that out of thin air is almost impossible.
And it's not impossible for me.
I said almost impossible.
Okay,
It's
and I
impossible.
believe that. Okay, almost impossible, yeah. But for me, it wasn't impossible. If
I mean,
if you literally sat there, you would see how literally like how on the verge of tears I was because I'm being interrogated so hard and so rough. And I told them the same exact thing the very first 4 interviews before the last one, before when I told them about where he was in the backyard. I told them the same exact thing that I've told everybody else. I have never met this kid a day in my life. I've never seen him. I don't know anything about him. I don't know anything about him disappearing, any of that.
do you know what day they gave you the polygraph on? Junk science.
What, David?
Do you know what day they gave you the
day?
polygraph?
It was May 18th, I believe.
Oh yeah, the parents are absolutely cleared. We have 4 suspects. Michael was in their backyard. The parents, people gave them a lot of hell for a long time. Some people did.
It was literally
They had nothing
the
to do
day
with
that
it.
I got my case dropped for felon in possession out of state when the feds picked it up.
Okay, so while you so you're basically lying to them while you're on the phone with them while they're digging up the backyard,
Yeah.
is what you're saying. Now, he's on the phone with them, telling them where Michael's body is, he thought at the time. See, the thing about the day is like you're saying that you and Sarah, Josh and I and Brandon went to. That's why we want Chris. Cuna. Katie. Now, the thing with Brandon's story, with this lawyer, he's saying that him and Stacy got home and they went to the gas station. I believe it was I think it was over the phone, and they did video calls as well.
Him and Sarah?
Or Sarah, sorry. Him and Sarah
No.
went
never
to the
went
gas
to the
station at
station.
7 o'clock.
No.
And it's like somebody's lying. If y'all another day want to go over Brandon, because JLR, you can watch JLR. He's got a video with Brandon, the other suspect, and he's in a hot tub in the wintertime in North or South Dakota. I can't remember which Dakota. And he gives a total totally different story about the timeline. Hot tub drinking beer. Lying here. Somebody's lying, and it's
They never went to the gas station. We left in our truck to go tow his car upon his request.
Mhm.
I have
Why did
no
you stop? Why
reason
did you
to
stop
lie.
at 8th in Arizona again? I'm just curious about
To
that.
put
Why-
power steering fluid in the truck.
100 feet from the
And it
Vaughan
wasn't
house.
directly on Arizona Street. It was probably about 50, 60, maybe 70 feet, 80, maybe 100 feet behind Arizona, like before Arizona Street. Literally right after you turn left out of our subdivision to go on 8th Street is where we pulled off.
Remind me to show you where they pulled off and where they saw a kid, but it wasn't Michael.
Brandon with you?
Yes.
And so when you did that, just about the time that Michael goes missing, you understand that, right? Just kind of coincidental too.
I don't know what else to tell you guys. I've told everything. I've told everything. As
Look, I've asked everything that I need, and I know some people are saying, "Oh, Josh, you're being mean." I don't think I am. I'm just asking questions. And I'll let you finish up, Justin.
No, I don't think you're being mean. I mean, I think we're trying to find out what's going on here, and that's the thing. There's 4 different people saying 4 different things.
Exactly.
What time were you on 8th and with the power steering fluid?
I don't have an exact time. Like I said, it's probably.
But the problem is, like, why do you need to stop right then and put power steering fluid in?
Because when Sarah made the left turn, the whining on the truck, when you have low in power steering fluid and your power steering is low in fluid, it will cause an extensive whine. And
Shouldn't you check that before you get in your car and get ready to haul ass an hour away and tow a car?
literally sprays everywhere.
Brandon
So we
is supposed to
literally
be in
knew we were making the trip.
Mm-hmm.
So we had stopped literally just for the sole purpose of putting power steering fluid in. I had got out in the passenger side of the truck. Sarah popped the hood. I opened the hood, opened the power steering reservoir, poured power steering fluid in, closed the cap on the power steering fluid, walked back around to the passenger side truck, and we left.
Are you guys on CCTV anywhere?
Yeah, they have that picture as well. They have that.
They have what?
They have the picture of us stopping on 8th Street.
And that they got the picture of him on 8th Street, them on 8th Street. And that is why they found him in jail and they interrogated him and he admitted it.
They have the video. It was CCTV. That was also recorded. They showed that to me.
But has anybody known that? Is this the first time you're telling that?
Nobody's asked me about it, but I told them everything.
Oh, I didn't. I was just wondering if you
Nobody's asked me that.
were on CCTV
Interesting.
at all that day, but they have you on CCTV
correct.
on 8th in Arizona
Yes, correct.
with Brandon in the car.
Correct. And Sarah.
Oof. I mean,
And
that's a major problem, right?
That day. Hold on. You saw a boy that day as well, didn't you? You said
Yes.
you saw a boy.
Further down 8th Street on the very right-hand side in somebody's yard. And he didn't look anything like Michael at any point in time.
Okay.
We didn't ever even approach the kid.
Did the boy you saw have a yellow shirt on?
It was a bright shirt, correct. From what I remember, it was shorts and a bright shirt. And he was a lot taller than the 5-year-old boy. I can tell you that much.
Well, how do you know how tall Michael was? Okay.
So who put the power steering fluid in?
Oh, no.
I did.
So you're on video getting out of the truck.
Correct.
And is Stacy with you at this time? I mean, Sarah?
Sarah? Yeah, she's driving the truck. She was in the driver's seat the whole
I'm going
time.
to cover that.
Brandon was in the back seat the whole time. I was the
Okay.
only one to get out of the truck as it's on video and recording and the video shows me putting power steering fluid in the
They
truck.
showed it to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
When is the next time you put power steering fluid in that day? You know?
I didn't have to
Laura?
put it until the next day.
Okay.
I usually had to fill up the truck once a day with power steering fluid.
Was that the only place that you're on CCTV?
No, I was on CCTV at the splash pad.
Yes, he was at the splash pad at. I've got
Is
so
it
many
was
notes
that
here.
is that common? Was that common? I'm sorry, I didn't know if that's common knowledge or not.
No,
He's got-
that's proof. I saw proof from the detectives. They showed me the video.
You knew that, Justin? You knew that he was on video?
Yep, he's on video there at the splash pad getting out of his truck.
Oh, it's
He said-
self-evident that
Car.
they're guilty.
Car,
in
rather.
my opinion.
Getting his snuff.
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, I heard that. So what happened was that you dropped
Correct.
your tube.
Yeah, the Stacy did a lot of not Stacy, sorry. Sarah did a lot of his wife did a lot of social media, and there's photos of a specific flyer that they handed out. I don't know if it was the night Michael went missing or the next day, and it's hung up on her refrigerator, and she's got a picture of her and then Michael Vaughan behind the refrigerator with him on it.
You got out. You
Yep.
got it at the splash pad. Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you answering my questions. I know they come off fast, and that's just how I think and talk. So
It's okay, man. Like I said, I'm just here literally to tell my side of things. Because if there's
Sure.
one person that's going to tell the truth, it's me. I remember verbatim. I have timestamps that were pulled up on the maps that Justin
Your
can show
alibi.
you if you want to see them,
I'll
or I
send
can
it to you,
send them
John.
to you directly.
That doesn't make
I
any
would
sense.
like
I would like a screen recording of that, just so that little.
I don't know how to screen record on my phone. I have no idea how to do that. 100% honest. I just
Oh.
got this phone, so
I'll teach you.
So did you guys go to Brandon's house that day?
correct.
And
At
then
night.
so here's another problem. If the dogs hit in the yard at your house, you guys are headed over to Brandon's, and the
Right.
dogs hit there too. I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
there's a body that's
Yeah. They live at one house and they go to the other house that's an hour away. And dogs hit at both houses. It's a problem. Big
being
problem.
transported back and forth, and they're assuming that it's Michael. That's why you guys are suspects, right?
So to be, yes.
Yes.
But like I said, have.
Is it possible that he was they covered this up with you being in the truck, that Michael was with them
Not
and
at
you
all.
didn't know about it?
Not at all. Because the only thing that got put in the truck, we all walked out together. The only thing that Brandon had in his hand was a duffel bag full of his clothes. I watched him fill his duffel bag up with clothes. It was empty, keep in mind. Watched him fill the duffel bag up, watched him put it in the truck. We all walked out together. The only thing that Sarah had in her hand was her purse.
Yeah.
And a grocery bag that had 2 or 3 Diet Pepsis in it.
Was Sarah's
Hold on. Wait a second.
Walked together.
Possible that he was with they covered this up with you being in the truck, that Michael was with them
Not
and
at
you
all.
didn't know about it?
Not at all. Because the only thing that got put in the truck, we all walked out together. The only thing that Brandon had in his hand was a duffel bag full of his clothes. I watched him fill his duffel bag up with clothes. It was empty, keep in mind. Watched him fill the duffel bag up, watched him put it in the truck. We all
Okay.
walked out together. The only thing that Sarah had in her hand was her purse.
Yeah.
And a grocery bag that had 2 or 3 Diet Pepsis in it.
was Sarah's she was seen carrying a
Right.
kid? Was she ever?
No.
Or is that SD card?
And so
at?
that,
The only-
and that's what you told police, though. That's
Yes.
you're telling the same thing. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
There's nothing that I have said on my lives that I have not told the detectives, just so everybody's aware.
Yeah, and I just don't like. I don't know how. Look, I don't care what you do. You can talk, do whatever you want. But I mean, he filled. So the duffel bag was filled up with clothes. He had that many clothes.
He literally had a stack of clothes, a pile of clothes. And it wasn't a huge duffel bag, keep in mind. It was literally a medium duffel bag.
It's
with,
all it
like,
takes is a medium duffel bag, though. To be honest with you, I mean, it's. I listen. I used to work in a funeral home, so I know what it. How
I know.
how
And
small.
I'm telling you, I'm verifying on Brandon's behalf. I was a witness to him filling up his duffel bag when it was completely empty the whole time I was in the living room when he was doing this.
Brandon's
He didn't
story
have the bedroom
is
that he was staying in. He
way
slept in the living
different.
room on the couch all the time. I
Well,
have
okay.
pictures of him sleeping on the couch with my dog.
Did dogs ever hit on that truck?
No, not at all.
How did they search that truck,
Yes.
or did you
Sure.
sell that truck?
Do they still have your? Do they still have
Wait a
your
minute. Wait,
vehicles?
Justin. Wait, Justin.
That
Did you
truck-
sell the
that-
truck?
No, the truck was repoed.
Oh, how long after Michael went missing?
It was July, I don't know, it was like August 2nd or something like that. August 3rd, but it was
They have their vehicles in a facility holding them. By the way,
repoed, and the detectives went and picked up the truck for evidence.
Okay.
how did
I
it
don't
make
remember.
Stacy feel
I don't remember Trisha.
to find out his lie was proven true when law enforcement started excavating?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I regret lying to him, but at the same point,
I mean,
I don't have any information for this little boy. I want to. I
Mhm.
want to get whoever it is that did this in trouble. I want this little boy to come home to his mother and dad, mom and dad.
Mohawk, I don't do you remember if Brandon mentioned a duffel bag? I don't think he mentioned a duffel bag because he said he wanted to go to his house and it was during the daytime for water because he liked the water over there. No, what Brandon said, he said Stacy traded it on a different vehicle. Yeah, water and only water. Yeah. He said, and this was like during the daytime, like they had went to a mall, they said, and they had hung out at the mall and they had went to Applebee's and then some other place, dropped one of them off at Applebee's. I mean, totally different story.
1,000,000%, time and time over.
Oh, he's going
There's
to.
not a day that goes by that I don't get up in tears. I don't get up
You lying
wishing
son
that
of a
this little boy
bitch.
would be found for his family. Like,
You didn't
I
have a
am
wash
part-
machine at your house,
We had a washing machine at our house, correct.
so why did you go to his mom's house?
Brandon just said that he needed to go to his house anyways to get new clothes.
But that
So
doesn't
he
make
was just
sense.
going to do his. You're right, it doesn't, but that's what Brandon said.
So what it sounds like,
You can't
just
even explain
personally
it.
to me, is if you're putting the pieces together and you take, he's got a duffel bag, dogs hit at your house, dogs hit at his house. It sounds like he used that duffel bag for something else.
I'm personally telling you and everybody on here, like I said just a couple minutes ago, I watched him
Exactly, Cindy.
put everything from an empty duffel bag, like the duffel bag was empty. There was nothing in it at the start.
That's right,
Nothing.
Philip.
I
Oh,
watched
so he
him
didn't take any clothes out of there.
N-
There wasn't a pile of clothes at the house, or he didn't swap stuff
No,
out.
that's what I'm saying. No, you're just missing what I'm saying. Yes. When
Okay.
he first came staying with us, he emptied the duffel bag. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
When he loaded the duffel bag, it was again empty. There was nothing.
Where would he
in it
put his Where did he put his clothes? You have a dresser at
on
your
the
house?
side of the couch. On the side of the couch.
Instead of leaving them in the bag.
Correct.
I mean, he must have been in jail way too long.
He's done a few jail times, correct?
So he took clothes from your house that you had a perfectly good washer and dryer from. Uh, no. I mean, Stacy says they drove nearly an hour so Brandon could so they could tow a car and do his laundry at his mom's house. And his mom didn't want him to be at the house while she was away. So they snuck in a way that the cameras wouldn't see them. They had a child with them, in my opinion. But Brandon says they went over to his mom's house to get water. To get water. Nothing about clothes. And so that is another reason why I think the duffel bag is very important. And I ask him here, do you know where that duffel bag is? Drove it 30 minutes away to use his mom's washer.
Correct. Why? I don't know. But
I,
we
you
also
know
were at
why?
a point with Brandon where we were just
Washing
want to argue
clothes
with him. Brandon
for a
was
reason.
unreasonable a lot with us.
Yeah.
He owed us so much fucking money. I mean, for everything we've helped him pay his phone bill multiple times, helped him with his car insurance when he had his car up and running.
And did law enforcement, do they have this bag?
I don't know. I, again, have not talked to the detective since November of 2022.
Has anybody threatened you? That's a part of this.
I mean, I received multiple things on Messenger, but I don't even respond to them.
Well, I'm
I
talking
mean,
about from like Adrian or
Oh
Brandon.
no, I
or
don't talk. I
Sarah.
haven't talked to Adrian. I haven't heard from Brandon. I haven't heard. Sarah called me a couple times, trying to get me to stay with her, and I'm like, oh, I'm not.
Do you suspect her?
Yes, Cheryl.
I don't. I have never seen. I would never think that Sarah would have something to do or do something like that. No.
Well, that's a lot of people, though. That. And Sarah's ex says she was batshit crazy and
Yeah,
she
I mean,
done a
but it's
lot
his
of
wife.
crazy
I mean,
things.
I get that. I get no, you don't want that, but so
Trust me.
does she wear the pants?
I have no.
Josh did an interview with Sarah's ex-husband. He came up one day. It was shortly after this interview. Probably have to go back about 6 months on the lab, and he explains who Sarah really is.
Reason to throw Sarah. I have no reason not to throw Sarah under the bus. I would
Well,
throw
yeah,
her.
yeah,
under the
you
bus
kind of do. You kind of
saved
do
her
because
life.
if you have any knowledge at all, it's
Oh no,
it's
no,
best be
that's
after
what I'm
the
saying.
fact.
If I had any knowledge at all, I would have been the first person with no hesitation to
Gotcha.
let law enforcement know about any information I knew about him.
Right.
Like I told that in every video, I told the cops that I said, look, any information, if I had any knowledge, forehand knowledge, I would have been the first to tell you guys. Anything I knew. I was honest with them, just like I'm being honest here. I told them the same exact thing that I'm telling everybody on my lives. There's nothing, not one thing that has changed.
Yeah, and sometimes after you tell a story so many times, and it has been a while, I don't know if there are discrepancies or not. I've seen a couple of them, but I do know that there are a couple discrepancies. But what you've told here, I mean, seems like you're kind of walking us through what happened, but you're
Exactly.
leaving out the part
Right.
of, well, look, there was obviously something, at least with those two going on, Brandon and your wife. If she agreed to drive him to his mother or to his mother's house to do laundry for God knows what reason,
Mhm.
why he's taking his clothes out of his duffel bag, setting them next to the couch. Where, like, when he walked in to stay with you guys, where did he set? He brought that duffel bag with
Hold on
him.
a minute. Hold on a minute. He said in his interview, he said that he was just spending the night with you.
No, Brendan stayed with us on multiple nights.
Well, in
I
his
mean, he
interview,
stayed with us for months.
he said he had just spent the night with you guys that night.
No, he is completely wrong. That's one of the reasons he owes us so much money. He's in debt with us over $1,000. He
Well,
agreed to pay us rent
He's
for
called.
staying
I
with
mean,
us.
he said that, and this is his words, Stacey. It's not mine, but he said you were a nice guy, but you were a serial liar, is what he said. That's his words.
No.
Not mine. Trying to
My
get him.
my point is this. I'm the one that's provided timestamps of that night in question.
Mhm.
Where's Brandon's timestamps? He's very capable of finding some way or somehow to log into his old emails to find pictures of videos that were timestamped that night.
But if you're saying he was with
Oh.
you, so he's saying Brandon has timestamps of that night. Okay. The
Correct.
entire time
Correct.
there's you're telling them that there's a child's remains in the backyard, but you say you're lying, and then there is child's remains in the backyard, and then you say there's a duffel bag, a medium-sized duffel bag. He got so mad at me after this interview. He cussed me, called me a lot of names, and he's washing
I don't care.
clothes that
I really don't
you
give
have a
zero care.
perfectly good washer machine at the house, and then you said he didn't bring the duffel bag home back that night.
He did bring it back home. I said that.
No.
Yes, I did. I said he took his duffel bag, put his clothes in the washer, and he got a new change of clothes. I said that.
So he put him back in the bag wet.
No, he got a new set of his clothes. He has like a fucking wardrobe.
So he took his dirty clothes, drove 45 minutes, snuck in the house, washed the clothes, didn't dry them, let them set overnight, got in, they towed the car, drove it back 45 minutes. The strap broke halfway. They conveniently took pictures. Sarah's pissing on the side of the road, dry dripping, he said. They get back 5 hours later, and then they start seeing a child is missing in the neighborhood. And so they look, Sarah and Brandon look a little while. He goes and lays down and goes to bed. They've got an alarm set for 6 a.m. where they go back to Brandon's mom house because, well, she's coming back from out of town, and dry the clothes. But that night, he takes new clothes and fills his bag and takes them there. But they drive back the next morning very early, so they dry the clothes.
Right.
He got new clothes. He left the
ridiculous
old
bullshit
clothes in
I've
the
ever heard.
washer and went back the next day
A
with
new change of
Sarah
clothes.
to his house to go put his clothes in the dryer.
There he goes. He just said it.
He brought his duffel bag back home with new clothes in it.
So what time did he go back the next day with Sarah?
I would say mid-morning.
Mid-morning. Okay. Mind you, they don't get to bed until 1:30, 2 o'clock that morning. And they had an alarm set for what, 6 a.m. Mohawk? It was early. You know how long he was there?
I mean, they came back within a couple hours.
And where was Adrian?
He had came back to the house that early that morning. He was at the house that morning.
Okay. And nobody knows where the duffel bag is?
And apparently it's at Brandon's house. I'm just speculating. I don't know. I haven't talked to the detectives since my interview with them in November. Have had no police contact, have nobody contact me from the police department, nothing. That's honest. I don't have communication with cops.
Did do you know if they checked, I'm sure that they did, they checked Brandon's mom and dad's washing machine?
Yeah. I'm sure they did. I don't know for sure, but I'm sure they did the whole house search.
They did.
And my question is, do they really think there was a body in Brandon's backyard? If the dogs hit, why the fuck aren't they tearing up her backyard? Makes no sense. That's what I'm
It was under the house.
saying. All this stuff that's being said about abracadabra dogs hitting on Brandon's backyard.
And regardless, if they hit in her backyard, you, your wife, and Brandon were the only 3 there that night. Michael went missing, you dumbass.
And my yard, maybe they said in my yard, but why would they dig up my yard and say that the cadaver dog's hitting his yard,
Well,
but not
because you
dig up
told
his
him,
yard?
Stacy. You told him that there was a body.
Correct, I did, which was a lie. But if they so-called said, this is my point I'm trying to make. If they said that there was cadaver dogs hitting the backyard of his mom's house, why aren't they digging up the backyard at his mom's house? That's, again, speculation. There's no documentation from the police, to my knowledge, saying that the cadaver dogs hit on his backyard. I haven't seen anything, nor have I heard anything other than hearing it from the media, from what's being said on YouTube videos and talking to Brooks. Again, that is, to my knowledge, is just speculation. Because until I see concrete evidence that the cadaver dogs hit on his backyard, because I'm telling you, if they hit on his backyard, it would have dug his backyard up too.
Well, I don't know if they hit on his backyard. They
said
to say
that
crawl space.
No, the crawl space was at our house.
That was their house.
And the dog hit.
No, I said it was at their house. They both had crawl spaces, and the dog hit under the crawl space at Brandon's house, in which Brandon's mom said it was like a sewage leak or something.
There too.
No, the dog never hit on the crawl space. Dog never hit inside the house.
Gotcha.
That's just my point I'm trying to make. Like, there's lots of speculation, and there's apparently the police have evidence. I don't know what's true. I know that I had no part of this. I know that I don't even know who this kid is. I've never heard of this kid a day in my life.
His name's Michael.
I know
Vaughan.
his name now, but I'm saying I don't know this person from Adam. I've never heard of this kid. When he went missing, I was like, who the fuck is he? Other than
Michael.
Yeah, I know. Who the fuck is Michael? Like, I know that now, but I didn't know it. I lived in the neighborhood for 2 years, never heard a peep about Tyler and Brandy or their kids. I didn't even know her.
Yeah.
Never did a tax for them, never took their kids anywhere, and never even, I was oblivious, like 100%.
They had no idea who Michael was or the Vaughns until July 27th, 2021. That's when they knew who Michael was. And they saw Michael's parents grieving for their child the next day on television.
I've heard rumors, and these are just rumors, that you may or may not have said, but leaning more towards may, that you saw Sarah with Michael.
No, not at all.
Never.
That's not coming from me. And I heard that too, but I heard it from a friend who follows the YouTube channels.
Oh, so
He's absolutely lying. He did admit it.
you've heard the rumor?
I've heard the rumor too, and that's not true at all.
He's lying
I've
through his
never
teeth right there.
once. The only child that Sarah and I have ever babysat was my tattoo artist Ian Sturgeon's daughter when she came to visit from Wyoming. And Ian asked us to babysit her because, and she's 8 years or she's 11, but she liked to come and hang out at our house because Sarah would do crochet things with her, would teach her how to crochet, would teach her how to, you know, would bake with her, bake cakes with her and stuff like that. So she enjoyed hanging out and I enjoyed her company. Her name was Lexi.
Why would can you just tell me about that? Why would that be a rumor? Why would somebody
I don't know. I have no answer to that.
Because you
That makes
said
no
it.
sense at all because Sarah has never, to my knowledge, I mean, when Sarah and I have been together, we were like Bonnie and like not Bonnie and Clyde, but we were like together
We were like
98%
Bonnie
of
and
the time.
Clyde, but we weren't like Bonnie and
and
Clyde.
didn't you have Michael's poster on your fridge?
Yes.
She had Michael's poster on the
Yeah,
fridge.
but it's your house too, so you never
Correct.
saw that photo?
Correct, but that flyer was put up when it was given to us by when they were passing them out.
Who gave it to you?
I don't remember somebody passing out flyers.
That specific flyer was given out with Michael missing within the first 48 hours. That specific flyer. Because someone donated those flyers very early on.
Flyers. I just know it was literally given to us. I had Michael's profile picture, his picture of that was on that post profile picture on Facebook for the longest time, and I've already
Yes. And they also, after Michael went missing, they posted, thank you, Philip. They posted that Michael was missing in the neighborhood, and they had Michael's photo on their Facebook as their profile picture.
cleared that up with law enforcement. It was literally to show support of the missing boy Michael. Like
Mhm.
everybody was doing. Everybody had a profile pic of Michael that lived around that neighborhood or that close friends, or they had the blue light thing going. You know,
Right,
like literally, we didn't do the blue light thing, but we supported him by posting his picture on my Facebook page and her doing YouTube or TikTok videos with his profile, that missing boy picture in the background of the TikToks.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, after you get home from your trips and running and all that, what did you guys do before you guys left to do the towing?
We just stayed on the. I'm like I said, we're at home. I think Sarah made a quick bite to eat, and we literally just chilled until we left.
Yes,
We
sir.
made a plan. We got ready to go do the tow. I got the tow
What else?
strap.
You know what else
Brandon
would we
watched
do it for? You know what I
Brandon
mean?
pack his bag full of clothes, and we left.
Okay.
And are on CCTV.
Yeah, I think they. I think that after they got Michael and they took him to Brandon's house, I don't know if they did something that night or if it was early the next morning. Probably that night. And then they got him, I think, the next morning. And they took him to the house.
TV 2 different times.
Correct. Correct.
Around the same time, people were
Correct.
looking for Michael.
Correct.
The interesting thing is Brandon says at 7 o'clock, him and Sarah were at the gas station.
No. Look at the timestamps that I
Getting-
sent you.
Did they get milk at any time that day?
No.
So he's flat out lying.
You say milk?
Absolutely no.
Milk.
Milk. Yes.
I saw you drinking milk the
Absolutely.
other year. Are you a milk drinker?
I love drinking milk.
Is it an Idaho thing?
No, it's just a
Gosh.
me thing. I would go through a gallon of milk in about 20 minutes.
Oh my god.
I
That's a
love milk,
lot.
dude. It's my favorite fucking thing to drink in the world.
Milk.
I don't like
Wow.
soda. I like tea. But I'll choose milk over tea any day.
Really? Wow.
Like I can't. I piss people off because I'll go to their house and they'll have a gallon of milk, like a full gallon,
Yeah.
and they'll go check their fridge like the next day or whatever, and it's gone.
Mhm.
I can't tell you how many times I pissed off my tattoo artist.
You drank his milk?
Oh yeah, he was pissed. I ended up having to send him money to replace it because he was like, dude, he drank my whole gallon of milk. I'm like, sorry, dude, I just love milk.
Oh,
But
I like
see,
milk too, but not that much.
Oh, no, I love milk. I drink milk all day, any day if I could.
look
Not
at
even
him.
joking.
He previously said the duffel bag was empty. Now he said it's packed with clothes.
Yes, it was empty when he brought it to the couch and put all of it.
You're probably right. I was thinking about that after I said it. I think they probably left him a couple days. Yep.
His dirty clothes inside the duffel bag. Correct. That's to clarify, but yeah, that's what it was. It was empty
I can't imagine
at the
Lulu.
start.
I can't
Brought his duffel
imagine
bag
these
onto the
people.
couch and loaded all of his dirty clothes into it.
Did Brandon stay with you that night?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he stay with you the next night?
Yes. He lived with us pretty much. We pretty much took care of him, babysat him in a sense, if you mind.
But didn't he have a house?
He wasn't allowed to stay at his house without his mom there. His mom was in Arizona, I believe, at the time.
So he's there that night. So during that day, you were never away from Sarah or Brandon or Adrian, for that matter, long enough for them to possibly
Not at all.
take Michael.
Not at all.
So you guys were all together that day.
Yes. Adrian stayed overnight in Boise or Nampa when they took him to go see his kid on the 27th.
And you say
So-
that he has been in. Did you say he's been in trouble for sex trafficking?
Human trafficking. Correct.
He's been charged with that before?
Yes.
It was drug.
I learned that from the detectives Anita and Scott Kremen.
It was drug.
I mean, that's just another layer that just tells you,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, that's
Well,
having a
here's
human-
the thing. I didn't know his history at all. I had to learn that from the detectives, and I didn't learn that until after I got incarcerated.
They picked him up from behind a dumpster, this guy.
Just to clarify, this is not something that I knew beforehand at all. They came and told me about
I don't
him.
think so.
I learned
I
that
think it
Dorothy was a sex offender who's Carson's ex-wife.
A couple days later.
So
Philip.
Sarah did not have Michael Vaughan.
No,
Never once.
not
That
at
was-
all. Never during that day. Not at all. Not at all. And I'm not.
Nor-
I would. And if I knew something, like I said, I would not cover for her. I don't give a fuck if she's my wife or not.
Mhm.
At no point in time would I ever be okay with finding knowledge about this or knowing anything about an abduction or somebody taking a child ever.
So I just thought of something. What time did you guys leave? You said?
I think it was 6 or 6:30.
Check my notes. And you guys didn't get back till 10:20?
Correct. Keep in mind the reason it took so long is because we had to take the back roads. Keep in mind, we also snapped the toe strap, so I had to
What?
get out
Why did
and
you
tighten
have
the
to
toe
take the
strap.
back roads?
Because you can't drive on the interstate with a tow strap and a car being towed behind a car.
And it was
You
actually
just don't
later
do
than that after we looked
mean,
at the receipts.
I don't know. I'm just asking. I have no clue.
No, that's exactly why I chose
I
told
understand
Sarah to take
that
the back
part,
road.
but
I'm just trying to-
So you, what is the convenience of taking the back roads because of that, and how much longer does that
Because-
add?
I mean, you
Uh,
can't with towing. You can't go like
significant time.
70 miles an hour and pull something. You gotta
Exactly. You can only go 35, 40 miles an hour at
I
top.
understand that part, but
On a tow truck?
No, it wasn't a tow truck. We literally
Don't people tow trailers all the time?
there was no
they did
we
it with
weren't
like
on
a
a
rope.
They didn't get home till I think it was close to midnight. It was like 11 something or whatever. I mean, it was 5 hours for 45 minutes there, 45 minutes back, and he said that they was at the house maybe 30 minutes. But they were gone 5 hours.
trailer. We literally were on a tow strap,
Gotcha.
like
Okay.
a strap
I
that was
gotcha.
connected
Evil.
directly to his vehicle to the back of the truck.
Evil, Karen. Just
Gotcha.
evil.
Okay. A tow strap. I understand now.
They didn't get home till 10:20. It was later than that.
Ouch. Oh my God.
We have Adrian at 4:47.
Oh, look, they're serving dinner. Ouch.
All right, man. Well,
Okay.
yeah, I appreciate you answering. Best of luck to you, man. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
answering
I
my
appreciate
questions.
you guys.
So there it is. There it is. But there is some really good news in this, and I want to show you that there is some good news. After nearly 3 years, the case for missing Michael Vaughan is being forwarded to the Payette County prosecutor. The case of missing Michael Vaughan of Fruitland has been ongoing for almost 3 years, and now the case is being handed over to the Payette County prosecutor's office. According to KBOI, Fruitland Police Chief J.D. Huff has forwarded the case to prosecutors for the second time, saying that they believe there is enough evidence to show that Vaughn's body was once buried on the property of Sarah and Stacy Wandra. About a year ago, Fruitland police said in a press conference after the search that they had discovered evidence of Michael's remains were likely buried in the backyard at one point, but have since been moved to an unknown location. Chief Huff told KBOI that their investigation is ongoing and tips and leads are still being worked, but the case is in the hands of the Payette County prosecutor. This sweet little child, Michael Joseph Vaughan, today, well, now yesterday, June 24th, 2024. Sorry. Yeah, June 24th, 2024 would be his 8th birthday. This is another birthday without Michael. Brandy is truly one of the strongest human beings I have ever met in my life. She is amazing. absolutely amazing. Brandy sleeps on the couch 3 years later, 3 years in July. Still waiting for her son to return. I can't tell you the countless nights that I have talked to Brandy early in the hours of the morning. Her heart so heavy. She has never asked the public for a thing. Brandy and Tyler, they work for everything they have. They have kids older than Michael, and they have kids younger than Michael. And while Michael was missing, she was out. Tyler was out. They were all pounding the pavement looking for their son. Still being a mom, still being a dad. I can't imagine. Being a parent's hard, right? It's not easy for any of us. I mean, it's not easy being a parent. It's the most rewarding but the hardest job you'll ever have in your life. Pounding the pavement means just running up and down the roads, you know, doing everything that they can back and forth, back and forth. Brandy hardly slept, but the alarm clock still went off every morning without Michael. But even during the night, the long nights, the alarm clock rang and she had to get up. She had to get her kids to school. And then on top of that, she had to change diapers. And on top of that, she had to look for her son. And just living with that heaviness is unbearable. And then she had to go to work. She never stopped working. I mean, obviously, when Michael first went missing, there was no work, obviously. But she has never stopped working. She's continually had to work because they have a family to feed. They've never asked for anything. Nothing. Not a red fucking cent. Never asked for anyone to scroll their Cash App across. They only asked, please keep Michael's name out there. Please. That's all Brandy could say at times. That's all she could say. There's a interview with Brandy standing right beside of Chief Huff, which is something you don't see with a lot of these cases. Most cases, actually. And the only thing that Brandy could get out almost the entire time she was talking, God bless her, was please. 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 Keep Michael's face out there. Don't give up. Please. Please. I'll never forget that interview. And then they got a break. And it was 4 people down the street that took your child, took a child that doesn't belong to you. You know, there are people in the world, and I believe most of us are at least decent human beings. I believe most people are good. Maybe not great, but good. And there are those that if they see a child, they will, and the child is not where it should be, they will get the child help. Most of us would do that. But then there are those sick, twisted, demented bastards that when a child gets loose or you're not looking, they take the child. And the child is usually disposed of, a life gone forever. Forever. And this little boy right here is gone forever. He was 5 years old. This child should have balloons today, should have cake, should have presents. And Brandy and Tyler and the Vaughan family can't give that to him. Because someone took him. Someone took him for their own selfish reasons, their own perverted, demented, twisted minds. That's right, Josh. This kid was full of life, out looking to play with the neighbor friends. That's it. He wanted to play. And 3 strangers, because one wasn't with him, but he assisted later. Stacy, Sarah, Stacy Wandra, Sarah Wandra, and Brandon Shirtliff. May God have mercy on your soul. Because I hope no one here on earth does. Because you had no mercy. None. On little Michael. Or his family. Or his mother. Or his father. Or his siblings. I absolutely believe justice is coming for Michael. As at least as much justice as we can get on this earth. And I believe when you, Stacy Wandra, Sarah Wandra, Brandon Shirtliff, and Adrian Lucien are charged, convicted, and put away, when you have time to sit there and think, and in my opinion, probably when you have no more tries of getting another hearing, when you've exhausted all of that, I hope I don't think it should have taken this long, but I hope that you will tell where Michael Joseph Vaughan is. So he can be with his family again. There are children that we speak about every day that are disposed of and thrown away like garbage. because of people's evilness and their selfish reasons. For whatever twist in their minds that they have, they snap and they do something they can't undo, and they dispose of them, and they're out there all alone. They can't be placed in a grave where they can be at peace and where their families can visit them. Brandy and Tyler, they are so strong. And they have been a class act. When I know at times I know they didn't have anything else to give, anything emotionally, physically, spiritually, nothing to give. Brandy and Tyler still pushed. To this day, she calls the Fruitland Police Department every single day. Even when people were attacking them, knowing that there are 4 suspects, knowing that it's obvious as it can be, yeah, technically they're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But I believe they will be tried, convicted, and hopefully it's coming soon. So, Brandon, Adrian, you can run, but you can't hide. No matter what you have told others, you know the truth. You know that on a very hot July day, evening, very hot outside, in 2021, when a little boy was looking for friends, you helped and you lied and you are still lying. I don't care what you've told your family, the community, you know. We know. It's coming. Brandon, I have tried to get in touch with him. These are the type of people Stacy, Sarah, Brandon, Adrian, that will only pick on the vulnerable. It shows in Stacy's video, police video that we have, where a guy in his cell, he's got his headphones on, he's clearly mentally distressed, he's rocking. Stacy gets out of his bed and knocks the hell out of him. They will only pick on someone weaker than them. I believe that is the type of people that they are. They prey on the vulnerable. The weak. That's what they do. And he sits up here in this interview and he lies like a rug. And Adrian, we haven't heard his story yet. We will. He'll be speaking it in court. Brandon, we've heard an interview that he did with JLR. And it is nothing at all like Stacy's. And it's really weird, right? Because Adrian and Stacy and Sarah were all together that day, that evening. So you'd think they would remember the same, right? Truth never changes. Completely different. Yeah. So that is being set up. We offered him a link. Wouldn't come up. It's really sad that there are people in the world that thinks that they have a right to hurt and take the lives of the ones who can't fend for themselves. When you're a parent, you're supposed to protect your children, not hurt them. And we see it all the time in this. Constantly. Case after case after case after case of parents doing this. Michael falls into the very, very rare. Yes, they are Sixth Sense. They're wonderful parents. But he falls into the very rare of a stranger abduction. I think if I recall, I could have this number completely butchered, but if just at the top of my memory, I believe it's less than 200 or 300, maybe 400, somewhere in there. Cases are stranger. I can't even remember. Mohawk, do you remember stranger abductions per year? Like someone, like a kid is walking down a street, they're getting out of school, and they are abducted, mostly of a crime of opportunity. Right? They're going, someone's, predators driving down the street, they see a kid walking alone on the side of the street. No one's around. They get them in their car and they floor it. That is a stranger, non-familiar abduction. Those are extremely rare. Michael is one of those. Lured, yes. Hey, Mimi. They are usually very close to their car, right? The predator is very close to their car. They jump out, abduct the child, and generally the child is never seen again, at least alive. Make sure, yeah. Yes. 0.1%. So that is why when you hear people like Don and Candace Wells, who have a long history of drugs, admitted SA, breaking in people's homes and stealing their panties, DV, admitted SA, gotten 7 children taken away at different times in their life in different states. And they say, we live out in the country, up a dead end holler, up on a hill, and nobody would know we were up here. And someone went way far from their car and ran into the house in the basement that they couldn't see inside because there was no windows. And they knew a little girl was in there alone and 3 boys was upstairs when they were home all day, allegedly by themselves, until mom and grandma got there, when they were sitting outside almost on the same side of the house. Someone ran up a damn hill, grabbed a child, jumped in the car. No, didn't happen. In my opinion, did not happen. In my opinion. Earlier that day, the same day, mom is getting a 15-year-old drunk alone with him with Summer at a lake. Granda says she was there if she wasn't there, in my opinion. Now, where's Summer? The West Boys case was tried and convicted without bodies. Both adoptive parents serving 15 to life right now. I still hope that they find Classic and Sincere. Keep your kids close. Don't let them get married until they are at least 45, please. I want to see if there's anything going on with Caleb Harris. CCPD confirms human remains found inside water lift station near Innis Jocelyn. There's no evidence at this time the human remains are in any way connected to the disappearance of Caleb Harris. Corpus Christi, Texas, human remains have been found inside a water lift station near Innis Jocelyn at Lexington and Holly Road. CCPD confirms to 3 News. Now, this is extremely close. Yeah. To where Caleb lives. You know, we're just going to have to wait. Now, from what I understand, before I went live, Caleb's family was on their way from New Braunfels, Texas, which is about 3.5, 4 hours to the coast of Texas. Love you, Mimi. And they were supposed to be meeting with local police. Oh, thank you, Sense of Soul. That's sweet. You're such a beautiful soul. Thank you, my dear. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate you. Now, I think it just really depends on, if the corpse had been in there long or if it's, skeletized. So we're just going to have to kind of wait and see, but maybe they will know. Lift stations typically use submersible pumps to deliver sewage to higher elevations within the treatment plant. Continuous maintenance and Texas pump repair services are critical to the ongoing function of your lift station within the sewage treatment facility. From what I understand, the alarms went off. and they went to service it. Is this something that, you know, something Caleb could have fell in? Or is this something more nefarious going on here? I don't know. I really don't know. So this is where they found the remains. Here's Caleb's apartments. Very, very close. Very, very close. Let's see here. Trying to see if there's
student Caleb Harris. The 21-year-old was a student at Texas A&M Corpus Christi when he disappeared from his apartment 1 month ago. Locals are saying that they're praying for his safe return. Scripps News Corpus Christi was there at last week's vigil.
That happened in Corpus really did touch my heart because I know I can do something about it because I'm actually here.
It's now been a month since Caleb Harris disappeared from his apartment on Ennis Jocelyn Road, but the community certainly.
Okay, this is an old one. That's an old one. Developing story, human remains. Here, let me play this actually. This is brand new. Credit goes to KIII TV.
How do we earn award after award?
1 second. There's no evidence at this time that these human remains are in any way connected to Caleb's disappearance. 1 second. Okay.
News as the Corpus Christi Police Department confirms the discovery of human remains inside a wastewater lift station near Ennis Jocelyn at Lexington and Holly Road.
Yeah, several agencies, along with CCPD and CCFD, have been on scene since 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's also where we find Josh Maxwell. He's live on scene for us tonight. Josh, what have you learned so far?
Rudy, Leslie, while the activity has died down quite a bit, I do want to say that it's still a very active investigation. In fact, when I've been out here since around 7:30, and the only trucks that I've been able to see leave from this stretch of road are from CCPD's forensic team and their crime lab team. Now, I also do want to point out that human remains were found at this wastewater collection site right here off of Lexington Road. And what I can start off our newscast and tell you is that there is no evidence at this time that these human remains are in any way connected to the disappearance of missing TAMUCC student Caleb Harris. However, the location not far from Harris's apartment complex is fueling speculation. And actually, to add some context to that speculation, I do want to tell you that I did speak with an elderly couple a couple of hours ago, and they were telling me that they actually parked on the side of the road for around 3.5 hours just because they were also curious about who these remains belong to. But here's what police had to say.
And to clarify, this whole location was searched days after the initial report. So all this whole area has been searched many times over by volunteers, specialized K9 units. You're speaking of Caleb Harris? Yes.
Now, CCPD did tell 3 News that medical examiners are on site and will need to assess the scene. We'll need to assess the scene and the remains before an identity can be confirmed. And of course, we'll make sure to give you the latest both on air and online. But for now, reporting live from Lexington Road, Josh Maxwell, 3 News. Back to you.
Yeah.
Now, if this is Caleb, which police say at this time there is no indication that it is, it could be someone else missing. Either way, they're going to have to be identified. If this is, Caleb, regardless, it would seem like this would be foul play. I know it recently flooded there, or something to that effect, I believe. According to CCPD senior officer Antonio Corntias, police responded at 3:31 p.m. local time after a city water employee found human remains in a wastewater collection point. The collection point, which is 40 feet deep, was full of wastewater and had to be drained safely before CCFD crews could attempt to retrieve the remains. Those who searched wore hazmat suits. There's no evidence at this time that the human remains are in any way connected to the disappearance of Caleb Harris. However, the location, not far from Harris's apartment complex, is fueling online speculation. Medical examiners are on site and will need to assess the remains before and to identify his release. Now, being in something like human sewage, it's going to the unless someone recently died and was put in there, like really recently, it's probably going to be skeletonized at this point, due to water and all the bacteria that is from feces and the sewage. So hopefully we will know something fairly soon, hopefully. Are they live right now? Let's see if they're live right now. Give me 1 second.
Volvo plug-in hybrids.
I don't know if they're live right now. They might be live right now. I don't know if they are or not. If they are, then we'll watch it. But water and heat. Yeah. I mean, just
There is no evidence at this time that these human remains are in any way connected to the disappearance of missing TAMUCC student Caleb Harris. However, the location not far from Harris's apartment complex is fueling speculation. And actually, to add some context to that speculation, I do want to tell you that I did speak with an elderly couple a couple of hours ago, and they were telling me that they actually parked on the side of the road for around 3.5 hours just because they were also curious about who these remains belong to. But here's what police had to say.
okay. We just watched this.
And to clarify, this whole location was
So Caleb has been. God, how long has it been now since Caleb has been missing? I don't know when he even went missing, to be honest.
It's the summer sales event going on right now in West Virginia.
What was it? It was. What's it been? 6 months?
$12,000.
6 months or so?
Following
7.
breaking news as the Corpus Christi Police Department confirms the discovery of human remains inside a wastewater lift station near Ennis Jocelyn at Lexington and Holly Road.
Several agencies along
I
with
don't know.
CCPD and CCFD have been on scene since 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's also where we find Josh Maxwell. He's live on scene for us tonight. Josh, what have you learned so far?
Rudy, Leslie, while the activity has died down quite a bit, I do want to say that it's still a very active investigation. In fact, when I've been out
He went missing March 4th. I was thinking it's been longer than that. I was just looking at that. I thought he went missing before Sebastian.
Here since around 7:30, and the only trucks that I've been able to see leave from this stretch of road are from CCPD's forensic team and their crime lab team. Now, I also do want to point out that human remains were found at this wastewater collection site right here off of Lexington Road. And what I can start off our newscast and tell you is that there is no evidence at this time that these human remains are in any way connected to the. We're also curious about who these remains belong to, but here's what police had to say.
Okay, it basically just repeats. It's the same pretty much video. They just overlapped it again. So, oops. There's that. So we'll stay on top of this if we hear anything. This is hopefully, it's not likely that Caleb would be alive. But this is, if it is Caleb, which we don't know yet, this is going to set off a whole new ball game, right? If this is foul play, who did it? Who did it? And again, totally speculating here. If that would be Caleb, and again, there's no indication that it is. It's concerning because it's on the other side of the, right where Caleb's apartment is. He probably went missing, if foul play, at the hands of someone very, very close to that apartment complex. Just speculating, but that would seem, in my opinion, likely. They said his arms was at the top of the drain. The rest was lower down. I mean, I don't think he would be in very good shape. March, April, May, June. We're at 4 months, and sitting in all the bacteria and water and feces and moving water, probably not going to be in good shape. Might be able to identify still, I mean, perhaps. If there was, they found any clothing. If he was put there later, though, I mean, that's the thing. We're just speculating here, but if something happened to him, he would have had to been moved somewhere and then brought back and put in there. And that just seems not really likely to me. Like, to me, if there was foul play, they were going to put him very, when someone does something, usually, when they're mad, really angry, and they unalive someone, and then after they unalive someone, panic sets in. Panic sets in, right? They got to do something. Well, that's the thing. I don't know. You know, he was walking around the bridge area allegedly. Yeah, I think they had dogs out that to search the area and found nothing. I screamed foul play. Someone local who know where had been searched. I mean, it's possible police did not give a description of the person. People are running on rumors to say the person had no shoes on that was found. Well, I mean, after 4 months, whether you had shoes on or not, I mean, it's hard when someone, you know, dies and they're in a situation like that. It is harder to get shoes off, right? But the place that he was, it's very possible the shoes could have came off after 4 months, right? Because the body does a lot of, expanding, contracting. So, right, found in that location, yeah. Yeah. And, with sewage anyways, there is so when you die, what starts, like literally starts the I used to work at a funeral home, so that's how I know this stuff, guys. What starts the, you know, decomposition is, obviously your heart's not beating anymore and you're dead. But the bacteria from your intestines make way in your body, right? Fecal. And then that starts the natural decomposition, right? Those little microbes and everything that is in your intestines make way, go through all your body. Thank you, Elbows Mom. From the inside out, to be blunt. And so that is, when you are physically inside of sewage, right? When it's all around you, a human, all the microbes and the bacteria, it breaks things down. And plus, I don't know if there would be chemicals that would be added to where the overflow, where the place is. I don't know if it would be still, I don't think the chemicals would be there where the body was found, but it is at the treatment facility. And I don't know if that's part of a treatment facility or not. Oh, Claudia, really? Um, I'm so sorry, Emma. It's terrible. It's terrible. the coroner's office and medical examiner, God bless, while they have to deal with, yeah. All right, guys, I'm out. It is so late. I was not planning on being here this long. Really wasn't. I was planning on being here an hour. I'm at 4 hours and 20 minutes. When my grandmother passed, she was taking chemo pills. They believed that caused her body to do something so rare, only 1 in 1,000 do it. They had to call in a special audition handler. Really? What did it do? Do you know what it did? Good night. They had to trash all the tools used. But what did it, I mean, like, she was extremely, yeah, like, there is different no radiation. There is different embalming fluids that is used for women and men. And there is also different embalming fluid for people with different diseases as well. But women's embalming fluid is generally a pink or a peach color, and men's is more of a red ish color. Because, you know, no, I can't recall the name of it. The mortician explained it too, because we had to decide if we wanted open gas. She looked horrible, so we said closed. All. So is that what she was taking a? I don't know what you mean, Sierra. I'm sorry. So, yeah, it's interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, true crime is not pretty, right? And you know, I think we should be careful and respectful of the best way we can explain things, but I think there's a lot of people who want to be in true crime, but they don't want to really be in true crime. You know what I mean? Because true crime is awful, right? It's not pretty. These are evil people. Thank you so much, Danielle. Thank you so much. I'm not sure the name of her meds. It was a chemo pill that they had to be kept in the fridge, and she had to pay it. Yeah, my father-in-law was on a medicine called Trigresso. I think it's Trigresso. And it's for people with non-small cell lung cancer. Never smoked a day in his life. Exercised every day. He's the healthiest man I knew. Got lung cancer. Never had a sip of alcohol. Never even thought about smoking. And that medicine was $16,000 or $18,000 a month. And we got the drug companies. If he filled out of stuff and shared his results and stuff like that, they paid for it, thank God. So hold on. What in the Terry land is going on here? I fell asleep and you're on. I wake up and you're on. I've been live for 4.5 hours. I'm going to bed. I got to take all this off and go to bed and do it again tomorrow. I was going to say something. I had to be up so early this morning. Oh my God. I had to take my mother-in-law. She had a root canal. So it's like 7:30 this morning. I'm like taking her to get a root canal. That was fun. It's more fun for her than it was me. That's good. Thank you, Drew. Good night. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Sierra. Thank you. All right, guys. God bless each and every one of you. Justice for Michael Joseph Vaughan. It's coming. And hopefully Caleb is found. Good night. God bless.